good evening, and welcome, everybody. We got Ukraine update here on the Shills, and it's another Thursday where we get into the events that are the complete and utter crazy Russian idea to invade Ukraine. Nobody wants it. Even in their own country, they got some protests going on. That's how crap this is. But, we've got the man himself, Operator Starsky, here to take us through some of the week's events. And why don't we just get you right in, Starsky, and you can take us through what you want to lead off with, and we'll go from there.
Hi, everyone. Operator Starsky here. Okay, so just about an hour ago, there was some pretty bad missile attack on Kharkiv, and we don't know the exact amount of casualties yet, but we have information that those missile attacks caused some massive fires in the city, and we expect to find the numbers of casualties probably by tomorrow. Currently, there's our firefighters and rescuers working in the area, and the situation seems pretty bad because a lot of civilian structures are being they caught fire. Also, currently in our informational field here in Ukraine, we have some massive some massive informational attack, I would say. So a lot of random accounts are spreading fakes about preparation of the northern invasion. I mean, from territory of Belarus. So most of those fakes are talking about a new attack on Kiev. Currently, Kiev authorities are improving defenses around Ukrainian capital, and we have information that this is kind of planned informational attack, because currently we can expect an attack from different directions, not only on Kiev, but also in around the Volhynian region. And currently in Belarus, there's a lot of military exercise going on. And we can see a lot of Belarusian military units being deployed and redeployed over and over near the border with Ukraine. But we expect this invasion, and we are prepared for this invasion, I would say, everywhere on the territory of our country. So it doesn't have to be exactly another attempt of invasion on Kiev, but we are prepared for that. Also, there are news that in Donbass, in the uncontrolled territory, 3 defenders of Mariupol have received death penalty, and among them there are 2 citizens of the United Kingdom and 1 citizen of Morocco. And basically what we see is the attempt of Russian Federation to create some kind of show. They will obviously play it as huge victory over NATO and stuff like that, because they like this kind of stuff. So they have they are broadcasting this quote unquote trial on their TV, and they're making quite a show out of that. Again, those people are soldiers, and of course they should treat them as as soldiers according to international legislation. But again, we're talking about Russia, which is pretty much just a countrywide terrorist organization, and they act according to that, like in ISIS. Counselor at the office of our president, Mr. Podolak, said that Ukraine needs at least 300 multiple rocket launch systems in order to perform successful operations against Russia, because currently Russia has a lot more of those, like BM-21 Grad, like Smerch, Uragan, and such. And of course, they have those thermobaric rocket launch systems, which are quite nasty, but their biggest downside is that they are effective only at the range of 6 to 8 kilometers, which is not a lot. But we are talking about systems that can launch rockets at probably 20 kilometers and more. And in order to be effective against Russian forces, we need a lot more of those in Ukraine, probably 300. That would make Ukrainian forces strong enough to withstand this attack from Russians and be able to liberate our territories. And Mr. Podolak also mentioned that around 100 or 200 Ukrainian soldiers unfortunately die every day because of this difference between number of artillery on this war. So basically, because Ukraine has much less long-range artillery and multiple rocket launch systems, unfortunately, we have quite a lot of casualties on a daily basis. And as for good news, like one of the best news of this week is that we have eliminated a lot of Wagner terrorists that were stationed in Izum. So our artillery recently conducted a successful artillery strike, and we were able to eliminate quite a lot of those bastards. And I think there were something like from 1 to 300 of those terrorists located at the same time on the stadium in Izum, and only a bunch of them survived. So we have information that 1 or 3 men out of that number have survived. And what's interesting about this Wagner group is that there were a lot of terrorists that were involved into shooting down MH17 Malaysian Airlines in 2014. Some of them were also involved in shooting the bus station at Volnovakha. It was a terrorist act which resulted in multiple deaths among civilians. And there were quite a few nasty bastards. So we are happy with that. And yeah, it's quite a reason to celebrate. among those terrorists, there was some specific dude from Buryatia, so he was famous for creating some video in which he passes his greetings to people from Chita, Ulan-Ude, and other Russian cities at the very beginning of this war. I think it was 2014. And this was one of the main proofs that Russian forces are participating in this war, in this hybrid war, even despite the fact that Putin have denied multiple times this fact. But yeah, we still have a lot of evidence for that. And this dude was basically improved by Ukrainian artillery as well. So that's main news of today and this week. As for Severodonetsk, we keep defending the city using the advantage of having our artillery located near Lysychansk, because it's on a higher ground, and we have this strategic advantage over Russians. So yeah, so basically my brigade is still there. Soon I will have a lot of videos that I will share with our viewers. There's quite a lot of interesting things to see.
All right. So, okay, Mipet, are you available right now? Should we get those member shout outs done? And then we can, I know DK wanted to jump in with something there.
Yes, we sure can. We would like to welcome Ungato, who's a new member as a Shill apprentice. Welcome, welcome. And we also have Sinsit as a new member, and I'd love to welcome you as well. So thanks for joining the family.
All right,
and
yeah.
We've just had another one pop in, and it's from Matt Thompson for $4.99 that says, send these guys wherever they need this before the snow flies. And then there's Russian. Sorry, I don't speak. I mean, Ukrainian. I don't speak that. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, agreed. Send it now and let's get this going. Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, good shout. Good shout. DK, did you want to jump right in there? Because I know like there was a few things we could touch on right off that intro, but I know that you had somewhere you wanted to go, right?
Yeah, hello everybody. Starsky, sorry I was late. Yeah, you can court-martial me later.
Lapsies.
Yeah, yeah. Just a quick question about the British civilians who Russia's put under the sentence of death. Now, were these volunteer soldiers, or were they just civilians or reporters? I'm not too sure what they were.
They were among the defenders of the Mariupol.
Right. Okay. So they were soldiers, basically.
Yeah. They were soldiers. They were members of the International Legion, and they were fighting together with other units like Azov, like police, and our Marines that also were defending Mariupol and Azov still from Russians.
So is the Russian death sentence kind of extended to anybody who comes from outside of Ukraine to fight for Ukraine? Or was this like a one-off case that they're...
The situation is that they received trial not in Russia but in this artificial republic of so-called DPR, and currently British side is holding negotiations with Russia directly, because nobody recognizes this DPR as a state for obvious reasons. But yeah, so currently this DPR and LPR, it's like how should I call it? So it's like artificially created republics where they can, where Russia can perform all kinds of crazy shit, like those parades of POWs, like they had in 2015. Like executions, and basically it's like analog of ISIS in Donbass.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to keep harping on about it because these British soldiers, it could potentially boil up into a major international incident. I think Britain is kind of like washed their hands of anybody who has gone to fight, because basically they can't do anything about it. But if there's pressure from people in the UK, it could turn the tide in some way. I'm not too sure how. I don't think it will mean that NATO will suddenly step in, but it could get close if you well, that's what I think anyway. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, knowing Mr. Johnson's opinion towards Russians and towards those artificial republics, and knowing the general public's opinion in the UK, that pretty much could trigger some interesting processes.
Yeah, I mean, I could understand it. Took them prisoner, fair enough. But no, this parading of an execution, and some of the executions they're talking about are pretty horrific. I've seen some footage from Russian TV talking about what they should do with these people, and it's like, hanging's not good enough for them. They should be quartered and hung out to dry. Yeah, just some despicable thoughts going through their heads. Yeah, I just think it's going to become quite an international incident, and it's also with the guy from Morocco as well.
Yeah, it's true. Plus, as far as I know, Morocco had some diplomatic relations with Russia, and that can cause a lot of problems in those relations.
I would say though that if it weren't British and they were American, my God, you'd have the American fleet banging on the back door, coming in, and they'd be marching over the bloody Russian borders. I'm sure of it.
Definitely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I gotta give credit to the UK as well. I think that this is possible in this case. Also, we should not exclude this possibility, because the UK are tough. We all know that.
Yeah, and let's hope it. Well, whatever happens, let's hope it works to your benefit, shall we say? I'm sure those two men, if they are executed, they'd like their deaths to be meaningful.
Yeah. So basically, instead of showing some, humanity and respect and stuff like that, basically Russia is showing their terroristic nature, and they are trying to use this opportunity to scare off those volunteers who come to Ukraine, but they don't realize the consequences.
I would imagine in the future it just means that people will be more careful not to get caught.
Yeah.
We got a super chat we should get in there. Mipet, you're around, and
Yes, we have David Oliver for £5. Do you know about the insular circular? I can't pronounce that. Zimininyi. I'm sorry if I've destroyed that. Sanctuary of Achilles on Snake Island. Bio got from Google Maps.
No, unfortunately, I don't know about that. Probably he's talking about the historical site that was on Zmeiny Island. I'm not sure, but from what we know, this island is it received a lot of damage. Let's say from both Ukrainian bombs and Russian bombs. As we know, during this first week of invasion, they bombed and captured the island. There was a small border guard station on this island. That's pretty much the cradle of this famous saying about Russian ship.
All right. There's a couple of questions here that we got in the queue as well. Let me get to a couple here. Operator Starsky, what about the Russian attack on Slovensk from three directions?
As far as I know, Slavyansk and area around it is still under Ukrainian control. Our positions are still there, and it's unlikely to be captured in the nearest future. Of course, it all depends on our defenses of. Oh my God! I'm sorry. I'm just a bit sleepy tonight. Of Severodonetsk, and yeah, it's still pretty much under our control. Russian forces, we can say they are very exhausted, but again, they still have a big amount of their artillery concentrated around area of Severodonetsk, and they are preparing to launch their offensive towards Slavyansk as well. But yes, the area is still under control of Ukraine.
Okay. And then there was one, hey, MJ, were the three POWs captured on the battlefield? Why a death sentence?
It's because Russia wants to use this opportunity to make this show, to make it public, and they want to attract attention of the international community. They want to scare everybody, and of course they want to make it look like a big Russian victory over NATO forces, over Western world, stuff like that, like they usually do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, again, they don't understand the consequences of that, because we're talking not only about NATO countries, we're talking about all the civilized world that is watching this, and it's not the best time to try to scare the world that doesn't afraid of Russia.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that now, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. So before we get to the super chats, we have a couple other questions. Michelle Kilpatrick was saying she was trying to send a super chat to clarify some information. Oh, well, it doesn't have to be a super chat. Like, we'll do it right now just from a regular one. The fact that they are citizens of Ukraine as well, dual citizenship, been enlisted in Ukraine military since 2018. And then there was Lee Sherbert. Are questions only for people who donate? No, not at all. I've been curious what Starsky's interest has been in the orange cloud explosions lately.
So Russians have destroyed this nitric acid tank in Severodonetsk. They have destroyed two other tanks previously in Rubizhne. And well, what Russian artillerists should understand is that high altitude winds always blow eastwards. So it was kind of stupid, but yeah, they have destroyed that tank, that storage, and basically those terrorists are trying to use any opportunity to kill as much people as they can, because the fumes, the vapors of this acid are kind of dangerous, and it was
nitric acid is not something you want floating around in the air.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. As for those soldiers, yeah, a lot of volunteers who joined armed forces of Ukraine since 2015, I think. A lot of them received Ukrainian citizenship. Thing is, I'm not very sure if that was required, because in the National Guard we don't have that mechanism of employing foreign citizens into National Guard. But Armed Forces of Ukraine have this mechanism. We have this legislation for armed forces of Ukraine. So yeah, I know that a lot of them receive also Ukrainian citizenship.
All right. I do want to do one here quick before I go to you, Mipet. We had a Streamlabs tip donation come in, and they're huge for us, because between YouTube and Google on Super Chats, we lose a good 40%. But on these ones, we keep like almost 94%. It's huge. So thank you, Decula03, $25 donated. Thank you for providing Starsky a platform. I find it very educating and timely. Well, thanks. I'm glad you appreciate it. And I mean, he's family here now. We're hoping to get him on some of the other shows where maybe we can get a little bit crazy. The music hangout, that was great fun, eh, Starsky?
Well, yeah.
Now we've given him a platform. It's about time we bought him a cushion.
So, Mipet, do you want to take a couple of super chats there?
Yes, please. We've had Liam Wakefield for £5. If you don't want to read out their bullshit to get better conditions in prison, they will threaten you with a bullet to the head. Animals. And I totally agree.
Wow, yeah.
We've had Raven7 for £10. Hey, Starsky, I appreciate your work on improving Russians. I hear Russia has openly stated that Lithuania is not independent. What do you think of this? Stay safe from UK. And we have one more for €10. There are reports that things are not going so well with the Russian army, and many are refusing to serve. There is knowledge of how many are going into captivity voluntary. And the last one from Sinsit, for DKG, I'm not sure which, Danish kroner, I think, 20 Danish kroner. Starsky, you just need more coffee. So there you go.
we missed one in there. Jessica Raquel Moreno Chu. Sorry, Jessica Raquel Moreno Chu. I think I got that about right. Canadian $10. Hi, Andrew. I wanted to know about the resistance in Melitopol, Kherson. But I read also about the Russian visa expected in occupied territory in Kherson. Is that what is really happening? So there's a couple of questions to refer back to there. Can you keep up, Starsky?
Yeah, I think so. I will start with this latter one. So from what we know, there's this poll organized in Kherson and Melitopol, and basically they want to join those regions to Russia as soon as possible, and they organized a poll of a public opinion on different topics, like do you want to be part of Russia, basically. Are you happy with what Russia did, and stuff like that. Of course, we know that we can imagine the results that we will have with this poll, because basically they can draw any kind of number, any kind of percents, basically what they did with Crimea. And they want to join those cities to Russian Federation. We know already that they have changed road signs, street names, and stuff like that from Ukrainian to Russian language, and it like exactly like German Nazis did in World War II in their captured territories. But we know a lot about resistance in those areas. I think I will post this photo sometime, so we have pictures of those messages to Russian soldiers that are being posted everywhere in Melitopol, in Kherson, saying that Ukrainian resistance fighters are hunting them. And basically it's true. Also, one funny thing about Kherson is that we know a lot about Ukrainian farmers, right? Towing those tanks with their tractors and stuff. But we underestimated them, because in Kherson there was this case just a couple of days ago when Russian invaders arrived to a farm in Kherson in order to steal their vehicles, and Ukrainian farmers basically started shooting and shot a lot of Russian invaders dead. So those guys are freaking dangerous.
That's looking hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for these guys, these farmers, that have the balls just to go into a Russian camp at night while they're all sleeping and just steal the tanks.
Yeah. Round them up like goats and just go. Fuck. They sound like they're tougher than nails, man.
Yeah, there are such cases actually. We know a case from I think it was in Chernihiv or Sumy. I'm not sure, but there was a case where when our farmers they received an information that there's this tank that was captured by our resistance, and it was just standing near the road, and it was basically intact. And our authorities wanted to tow this tank to Kiev, to the factory, to have it a bit repaired and brought to our front lines or whatever. And the very next day, this tank disappeared because I think those farmers were literally fighting for that tank. But it's positive. It's funny. As for Russia, yeah, they claimed so they have this this complex, I would say, of judging whether the country should or should not exist. So they have this kind of complex, they always repeat over and over again in their media that Ukraine is an artificial country and it doesn't exist. Basically, what Putin said right before the invasion, he said that Ukraine was created by Lenin.
What?
Yeah, it's in his speech that kind of justifies this invasion. Right, just a couple of days prior to this invasion, he had that speech, and he said that Ukraine was created by Lenin, even despite the fact that Russia kind of appeared something like 700 years after Ukraine. And Yeah, basically, Russia exists since I believe 1723, because that time their Tsar decided to rename Moscovia into Russia. Basically, that's the time when this name Russia officially appeared on the world map.
Right.
It's 18th century. Before that, they were known as Moscovia, and before that, they were basically part of Kievan Rus, with capital located in Kiev. All other time, they were ruled by Mongolian Orda and stuff like that.
Right.
They don't talk much about it for some reason.
We got a Streamlabs tip in I want to shout out. Big shout to Hey MJ, donated $10, says, thanks again, Operator Starsky, for keeping the world in touch with the front line and sharing your perspectives on current events. Big shout, MJ. Thank you very much. Awesome stuff.
Thank you.
And
so
we
much.
actually have a couple of, I was just going to say, we've got a couple of super chats if I could catch up.
Sure.
We have level 70 for Canadian $6.99. Is it the slow pace of Western weapons deliveries because Ukraine has not received them, or because of logistical issues sending them to the front? And Jean-Marc Pagan Al for Canadian $10 is extraction from the arse. From the SAS. The arse sounds better. Sorry.
Yeah, it was funnier your way, but yeah.
Very good. The reason for this slow pace is basically because we expected those weapons months ago. So when this invasion began, a lot of European countries were looking at us and expecting us to give up, and they were not sure whether they couldn't understand why are we holding for so long. And after a while they realized that no, it doesn't look like that, Ukraine is gonna give up. And then they realized that, yeah, probably we could help with something. And basically now they evolved to helping Ukraine with weapons. We needed that like 2 months ago. And to be honest, we needed that like 8 years ago. When we warned the world about Russian aggression and about their terroristic nature. Unfortunately, not a lot of people were listening to us, but on the other hand, I think that, again, Russian propaganda worked very well, and they have this habit of, buying random politicians. So, yeah. And I just want to briefly return to this question regarding artificial countries. So one of their favorite topics in the Russian media is that, for example, United States is an artificial country. They don't exist. and crazy shit like that. So they basically talk that crap about all kinds of NATO countries, and including Baltic countries, Poland and Lithuania and stuff. They believe that one of the fakes, like one of the most popular fakes, that is disseminated by Russian media and Russian bots, is that Poland wants to actually capture Ukraine. So it's like they think that Polish people are dreaming of taking over Western Ukraine, and this fake is very, very popular among them. So popular, so like a lot of our people here those who still watch or read Russian media, they literally believe it. One of those fake was, that in Polish trains they have maps with half of Western Ukraine being pictured as part of Poland, and I'm like, what the do you are you? I mean, are
Really?
you grown up people? Do you even believe in that? So they still use this informational warfare as much as they can because they put a lot of funds into this.
That's fascinating. I mean, that's so ridiculous to just the level of fake information that's going on. I was going to ask actually, given that presidents and prime ministers are typically judged by their first 100 days in office as to like how well the rest of their premiership's going to play out. And this week marked the first 100 days since the bombs started dropping. How would you assess the first 100 days of the invasion?
I would say that in Ukraine, we only see the unification of our people. Again, I cannot claim that it's a result of our politicians and president and stuff. It's result of whole Ukrainian nation being self-conscious, and we have this after a revolution of dignity. We have this kind of new skill, I would say, of self-organizing. So whenever something bad happens, we are self-organizing on the lower level, and then our politicians react to that. And basically this is how it should be in the democratic country, and which is great, actually. Personally, it is like an opinion of a citizen, not a military. So personally, I always believed that we shouldn't expect our government to make first step. We should always act and demand reaction from our government. And basically, I think it's democratic because this is the representation of the will of people, of their demands. Am I right? And basically, this is how it works in Ukraine. So we always react to some events. We always explain our demands to our government, and they react. And this is how it worked in Ukraine. We understood that we should self-organize. We created this, I would say, spirit of unity, and our politicians reacted to this. And I can just applaud to our politicians in this case. As for international community, I think that international leaders did a lot to help us. For example, I think that Lithuania, I may be wrong, but they gave us 35% of their military budget. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. I think it's Lithuania. So a lot of international leaders, they did a lot. But unfortunately, again, a lot of international leaders became victims of Russian propaganda that convinced them that Ukraine is not gonna hold for more than 3 days and stuff like that. That's why they kept expecting us to give up like in a week, probably 2. But no, those days were crucial, actually. Had we had those weapons here in Ukraine, we would avoid such basically defeats like Mariupol, like Kherson, of course, and of course we would keep them much further away from cities like Kharkiv and Izium, which are very important transportation areas.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I was wondering exactly when was the what was it, the revolution of, what did you call it?
The revolution of what?
Yeah, I was thinking, what was the name of? I can't remember what revolution you spoke of when everyone started self-organizing.
Yeah, Revolution of Dignity. It was
of Dignity. That was it. Yeah.
It was November 2013. So it was like we've had this thug who falsified his elections and became a president, and he did it like twice in our history. And he came from pro-Russian party, and we have information which is kind of proved that he spent a couple of years in jail. So basically he was sentenced for 3 times back in Soviet times. But because Ukraine is a land of opportunity, he became a president. And he was pro-Russian. Currently he is in Rostov. And the thing is that this revolution started because he made a decision to join this trading association with the European Union. And after a while, he talked with Putin and changed his mind. And he decided to join this Eastern trading union between those post-Soviet countries in Asia. And our people said, no way, we want to go to Europe. And that's basically how this revolution started. Then they used police to beat our protesters. A lot of people got arrested. And then Ukrainian nation rose up. So we said, no way, we don't want to allow this in our country. And in 2 months exactly, we've had a lot of blood on the streets of Kiev due to sniper fire. So basically a lot of Russian mercenary snipers took part in this shooting. They shot a lot of protesters, but despite sniper fire, protesters managed to defeat our enemy and, defend their Maidan. It's a square in Kiev. They managed to defend it from police. They managed to launch an basically melee attack on armed policemen. A lot of those policemen came from Belarus and Russia, which we learned later while analyzing their social media. So Russia was involved into this already. And basically at that time, Russia already prepared their operation in Crimea. So right after this Revolution of Dignity, they annexed Crimea using the chance that this dictator ran away. He ran to Russia, and we basically had no leader for a while. So that's short story of what happened during the revolution.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, go for it, Dick.
Oh, well, I was just going to bring Mipet in. Yeah, because I think we got a few things to catch up on, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, we have David Oliver for £5. Something a little bit lighthearted. What's the difference between a giraffe and a forklift truck? One's got hydraulics, the other has hydraulics. So, thanks for that, David.
That's awesome.
And we've also had a Streamlamps donation. Hey, MJ. It was from MJ for 10 Canadian dollars. I appreciate that. And if you have
we have two more. Let's see here. Lee Sherb donated $5 through the Streamlabs tip, so huge thank you there. Operator Starsky is a star leader. Big smiley faces from Alabama, U.S. supporting. Woohoo! All right. And D. Chugga. Yeah, I got it right. Wow. Okay. It's I've got it on my smaller screen and I'm squinting as the old man I am. I really got to fix this because my layout's wrong. Deed threw in $10 on the Streamlabs tip. Huge shout out. Thank you very much. Yesterday, it was told to us that the puppet government in the Donbass fell apart and a lot of the DNR troops are refusing to fight because they are not equipped well. Your thoughts?
Yes, this regarding those troops, this is true. I'm not sure regarding their puppet government, but a lot of their troops are refusing to fight. From the information that I received from my guys in Severodonetsk, so they say that in Rubizhne, in Severodonetsk, first wave of attack consists of basically those poorly equipped, mobilized people from Donbass. There's like all kinds of people, car technicians, plumbers, like different people, teachers, etc., etc. All males that they managed to mobilize into this war. And they don't have a lot of equipment, so they're basically equipped with old Russian steel helmet created in 1947 and some old rifles. Not all of them have even things like AKs, so basically they are armed with Mosin rifles and stuff like that. And they receive just basic supply. Sometimes they don't have enough food. Sometimes they don't receive medical treatment. And when they are being mobilized, they don't even receive this medical examination. So there's a lot of people who are not even capable of fighting. But they are used as this cannon fodder during the first wave of attack, and then they are followed by ordinary, regular Russian troops.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are Kadyrovites who arrive to scene, make TikToks, and stuff like that.
Some of those items too are the kind of thing that there's quite a few nations in the world that could easily tool up, and before you know it, en masse, ready to go in no time too, right? I did want to ask. We've got some questions backed up I want to get to, but on a personal note, I wanted to ask. When you think about it in a general, overall cultural way, do you think things like attitudes in Ukraine towards like joining EU and when this is all said and done, joining NATO and stuff have shifted now? Do you see this as something that you could actually call a slightly or maybe more than slightly cultural change at all?
I would say so. I would say that you see, before this invasion, there were different opinions in Ukraine, because it was like we've had some crazy ongoing warfare on the east. In Donbass, we've had artillery fire. We've had a lot of, those attacks from both sides, counterattacks and stuff. While just 30 kilometers away, it was normal life. It was peaceful life. People would go to clubs and stuff like that. So in 2017, we were deployed in the area of Svitlodarsk Bulge, and I was on a duty, on a watch, on my position, and it was like in the evening, and I could hear sounds of club music coming from Svitlodarsk, which was kind of interesting, because just like 600 meters away from me, there were enemy positions already. And I could hear this club music coming from behind me, It was interesting. And we understood that on one hand, it was like people would understand the real threat only if they literally have their houses bombed. On the other hand, we were kind of okay with that. Why? Because if people can have peaceful life, it means that we, the army, we are doing our job well. And basically, yeah, we were proud that we could do our job, and as a result, people could have fun in the peaceful cities. Now there's literally no peaceful city in Ukraine. A lot of people lost their relatives, their close relatives, and they changed their mind a lot, but still some people find ways to find their favorite pro-Russian media somewhere on the internet, on YouTube, and read some crazy shit like, Poland attempts to capture Ukraine, which is freaking crazy.
Yeah. It is definitely testing the limits of the world's tolerance for fake news. Holy. Wow. Mipet, well, we should get you in for a couple here.
Yes, we have Lay Sherbet for $1 with no message, but thank you very much. Gary Lowe for £5. Blue Sheep for the coffers. Thank you very much. And then we've also got Lay Sherbet again for $2. Operator Starsky is a star leader.
Oh,
so
yeah.
here on that one.
Agreed. We'll give that a big extra shout out here because he is a star leader, and she did it twice, I think, to make sure it got in. If you ever do a super chat and the message doesn't get in because, thumbs and phones and all that kind of crap, just give the Shills account an at and go, oh, here's my message. We'll make sure it gets through. No problem. We do have a few questions backed up, Mipet. You've got a few that you put in the room there that are good. Do you want to get a couple in?
Yes, please. There was one by from Alan Bralin. I hope I've said that correctly. How long did it take to build the Crimean Bridge, and how could it have been allowed to be built without sabotage or attempted bombing?
It took some years to build, from what I remember. I don't remember exactly when it was opened. But that time we had those Minsk negotiations, and according to Minsk negotiations, Ukrainian side, which is again kind of crazy from my point of view, as a Ukrainian military, according to those negotiations, Ukrainian side would not use aviation and stuff like that against terrorists who captured Donbass. I think I don't know, probably scientists who study history would judge that. I'm just a soldier, but in my opinion, it was kind of wrong because, basically Russian hybrid army captured your territory and you gotta fight back.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, on my level, I cannot tell you if we were prepared for that. Probably we were keeping, upgrading our army, our weapons, and building new systems like Neptune. And we were preparing for some, let's say, some kind of invasion like this one. But still, we tried to use as much diplomatic influence as we could. And there were those constant negotiations in Minsk, in Belarus, with representatives of Russia, because Russia has direct influence on their puppets there in Donbass. And I would say that it was kind of useless. It was useless, but fortunately we had OSCE monitoring mission deployed in Donbass, and we have a lot of Russian crimes documented due to their mission. Basically, they didn't make any conclusions from what they saw, but they would report their observations to the United Nations, and that's why we have a lot of evidence of Russian presence in Donbass. I think in 2018, maybe earlier, they documented this Russian TOS-1, this thermobaric rocket launch system. I think somewhere in Donetsk. I might be wrong, but they documented this machine, which was, again, crazy because Russians claimed that there's no Russian troops in Donbass, while there were their weapons, their machines. Probably they could claim that, those separatists, so-called, captured this rocket system from Ukrainians, but the fact is that Ukraine never had those. And that OSCE mission has documented a lot of things that are now very, very useful for Ukraine, and it will be useful in the future when we will have those trials over Russian war criminals.
Thank you for that. And I've got one here from Will Barrow. 23rd of February 2022, 6 o'clock in the morning, I guess, Russia has patented a drug against smallpox for the first time. The drug, called NIOCH-14, was developed by scientists from the Vector State Research Centre for Virology. Do you know anything about that?
No, I have no idea. Actually, no.
Yeah, I don't know whether many keep up with that sort of thing. And Decula 03, if Belarus joins to battle, would Poland be okay with helping Ukraine directly?
It depends. I can say that Belarus will have no success, definitely, because we know that if Belarus was able to join their invasion, they would already do that. The reason they failed is that Lukashenko wanted to create his BTGs there in Belarus that would be joined together with Russian forces, and he ordered his subordinates to create list of personnel that is ready to join those BTGs and fight together with Russians. And the result was that nobody, like literally nobody, wants to, to apply. And they done it a couple of times with the same result. And basically, it's information from our security service. So Belarusian soldiers don't want to fight against Ukraine, and it's very hard to make them fight because they would either, I don't know, sabotage their own vehicles and stuff, or just like massively give up to Ukrainians. Again, we are more closely tied to Belarus than to Russia because we have a lot of relatives in Belarus, for example, and Belarus was always kind of closer to Ukraine. So they don't want to fight. And even if they are forced to fight against Ukraine, first, Belarus didn't participate in a war since 1945. Okay, some of them were deployed in Afghanistan like 40 years ago, which won't help. And they have no experience whatsoever. They have poor equipment, so their equipment even worse than in Russia, and the only equipment which is kind of modern, so to say, that they have is equipment for riot controls. Yeah, they have a lot of that, but other than that, we don't think that Belarusian army is a big threat whatsoever.
I could see that. I mean, it's hard to be current and up to date when you're just, there's no use, right? Look at any country's industry. You don't exactly keep people around that are experts at making and laying railroad track when they're being ripped up. You don't, right?
Yeah, true. Basically, Lukashenko, like one of the versions why he didn't attack already is that he is afraid that when their army crosses Ukrainian border, they will have like huge riot in Belarus, and they won't be able to deal with those protesters without as much army. And yeah, of course, they don't have experience. So those Belarusian volunteers who are fighting in Ukraine against Russians, they have much better training because they were trained by Ukrainian professionals as well as international instructors, and they are much more proficient. So their army is not a big threat. Of course, we are prepared because, again, no matter how much the enemy sucks. Okay, they still have artillery and stuff like that, but yeah, we should understand that if Belarus joins this war, Lukashenko is done.
Right.
I hope so.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, great timing there, Dave, because I was just going to turn to you.
And that was bad timing because the dog's now barking at the top of its lungs. I was going to switch to the southern border, if I may. As we've mentioned before in previous streams, Ukrainian grain is said to have fed over 400 million people in 2021 and could lead to a global food crisis, particularly famine for African countries who depend on grain exports through the Black Sea, including Ethiopia, Somalia, and Yemen. What are the key, I should ask, what is the key to reclaiming your supply routes to these countries?
I think we need to have our supply ships, to have them protected with NATO ships. And again, what I want to say is that Ukraine would never be attacked if we had some kind of foreign forces on our territory. Ukrainian airfields would never be bombed had we had NATO airplanes parked there. And same with the ships that are being blocked by Russian fleet. So we basically need to organize their protection by NATO ships, in my opinion. That's the most effective way to, to bring that food to other countries that need that depend on that. Again, it's up to the politicians that try to avoid escalation as much as they can, but they must understand that there will be a famine. There will be a big hunger, and they should consider this as well.
Yeah, satellite images have shown that Russian ships have allegedly been stealing the grain as well, which is no surprise. I'm just looking at the map going into the Black Sea as well. So you could get across the Mediterranean, but you could, I think, is it landlocked, the Black Sea, just about through Istanbul? I don't know if there's a bit underneath you could go under, but
I think that Istanbul is blocking that strait for Russian ships currently. They have this right of granting passage, and I think that they're blocking this strait from rest of their fleet that was about to arrive to Black Sea from other places.
So would I be right in saying the key to solving this problem would be diplomacy with the Turkish? Because
diplomacy with the Turkish, and in my opinion, again, as a military, I think that we simply need enough of surface-to-ship missiles, and we can deal with that problem very easy.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I genuinely, I apologize that I don't know specifically enough about the situation. I'm sure they're looking across to their eastern front around Georgia, and they're probably quite concerned about the things that might happen to them that have been currently going on in Ukraine. So I guess they're also dependent on the Black Sea and the waters that surround it. So I guess they would more likely to side with the West, even though they seem to have their hand in various different countries around them for various different reasons.
Yeah, and by the way, from what I know, there's a so-called referendum that is getting organized in areas of Abkhazia and southern Ossetia that were captured by Russia from Georgia. I think that they want to join those territories to Russia in the nearest future. And by the way, one of the reasons why they are trying to do that as fast as possible is that, according to their doctrine, they can use nuclear weapons in case territory of Russia is under threat.
Oh,
Mm.
interesting. The plot thickens.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
We should get Mipet in for a couple here and make sure we're all caught up.
Yes, please. I have Raven 7 for £5. Russia likes to show off its Ka-52. Are they really as vulnerable as they appear to be? Always makes me smile when I hear another one brought down. And we have a Streamlabs donation from level 70 for 10 Canadian dollars. Do you think Ukraine can convince the US government to allow their donated MLRs systems to be used against the Russians in their own territory to destroy missile launchers and artillery, since they are being used to attack Ukrainian cities? And then we also have Susie Q for $5. Russia has broken every civil, moral, humane law of war. Why can't Ukraine break a few? Or does that make you look bad or maybe mess up your chance with the EU?
That's the eternal question, right? If they're playing lowball, why isn't it okay to now and then? But it always comes down to that. You still have to be able to live with yourself and hang your head high after it. You got to be able to look in the mirror to shave, right, Starsky?
Yeah, it's true. So regarding those questions, Ka-52, for example, judging from our experience from Hostomel, they are pretty much vulnerable like any other helicopter, and we have downed a few of them using old Soviet carried missile called Igla. And they have this kind of active protection. So there's this module with a bunch of cameras, and when those cameras spot a flash, like from launching a missile, they shoot those flares that kind of intended to guide the missile away, to give it a false track. But as soon as those flares are shot, you can shoot another missile straight into the target. And and again, we have downed one of those KAs with basically with AK rifles, which is funny. Another thing again, mice. I think that mice are pretty much responsible for that.
On whose side?
Yeah.
Trained vermin scum.
Don't forget the pigeons.
I think that little mouse that I saw, actually, it made the longest trip in its life. It went to sleep in Rostov and woke up in Ukraine, and it was like, holy crap. Like and as for multiple rocket launch systems,
I'll tell you what, Starsky, we've seen this. We've seen these mice being trained on SpaceX rockets, so we know all about it. Don't worry about
it. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Starlink in Ukraine was licensed as a mobile operator, which is great. So we expect them to become like mobile operator globally on the territory of Ukraine, which is fantastic. And regarding those MRLS, I think that it's a good idea to bomb Russian targets on the territory of Russia, like their ammo storages, like their fuel storages and stuff like that. Again, we gotta ensure that we don't bomb their civilian targets, because as soon as we do that, they can literally do some terrorist act like Putin did before Second Chechen War. They can bomb a lot of their civilian houses, because we know how Russia works, and blame Ukraine for that. That's literally one of reasons why we cannot do that. So I think like a couple of months ago, they brought a bunch of wrecks that they found on a battlefield. I'm talking about wrecks of Ukrainian UAVs and Ukrainian aviation, and they were ordered to bring those wrecks to Russian cities like Bryansk, for example, like Belgrade, and they wanted to create some kind of terrorist act and blame Ukraine. We've had that information, but we made it public very soon, and they had no chance to do that. But yeah, they are doing their best to to do some crazy shit and blame Ukraine of doing that.
Good shouts. We there's a few questions we wanted to get in. Mipet, did you want to jump in there? And then I have one myself, and I think a couple on the panel do as well.
Yes, please. TS asks, mate, shit goes down, no one sees. Do you know how much anger there is with Russian invade Ukraine war crimes? Don't apply to Russia. Getting what they deserve. You're dealing with the spawn of the golden horde and pigs. I agree with that. So thanks, TS. That was awesome. So no question, just a really good comment.
Yeah.
Well, there was sorry, Starsky, go ahead.
Yeah. So one of their famous writers, I think, again, because I'm old and I have a lot of shell shocks. I don't remember his name, but he said that Russian politics is basically about chaos of shit and death. And a lot of people in Russia agree with him. And basically it's true.
We had one from Miss K, Starsky. I heard something about an MQ-1C drone from the United States possibly being sent to Ukraine. Has anyone else heard anything about this?
I think that even if it is sent to Ukraine, we won't be hearing a lot about it.
No, I mean,
yeah.
that's not stopping in at Staples and building a drone out of DJ parts, right? That's a little bit.
Yeah. So I keep receiving commentaries on that video of unboxing Russian Orlan drone, and people are admiring just how genius this UAV is, because it's cheap, and like Russian army doesn't care if they've lost like thousands of them, because they're cheap.
Well, it's free cameras for you guys.
Yeah, but again, it's not genius that they made something as cheap as that, and it's flying and does its job. What's genius is the fact that they stole so much money and managed to do something as cheap and flying.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, there's hints of You know the story, Starsky, of how the German citizens would buy stamps and put them in books and stuff to save up for their little Volkswagen car, but Hitler just took all the money and put it into the war machine. There's hints of things like that going on around in Russia too. Like it seems that in this day and age of social media, it's just not that easy to get away with bullshit now. And would you say that the groundswell in their own country against the war is probably going to be something we look back on as a sea-changing moment in how they, you know, see themselves versus the rest of the world after this is said and done and they lose?
You gotta watch interviews with those Russians. So there's a bunch of YouTube channels with such content. So they basically walk around the streets and ask people about their opinion on this war.
Mhm.
And literally every second of those interviewers or interviewed, they say something like, I don't want to answer this question because, you know, blah, blah, because I'm afraid of consequences. And
That says a lot.
Yeah, that says a lot about free democratic Russia. And there's, you got to understand the amount of money they spend on their internal propaganda. So we're talking about the
Huge.
biggest propaganda machine that ever existed on planet Earth.
It puts the old divide in Germany to shame, what they got going on now.
Yeah, they basically learned a lot from Russia, from Germany, because they built like 10 times more concentration camps after the war, called Gulag, and they had like hundreds of them all around
Mhm.
Russia, basically created for the same purpose. A lot of Ukrainian writers and poets and politicians and scientists died in those camps. They spent enormous budgets on internal and external propaganda. They are all, and it's ridiculous. So most of their music videos contain that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're popular singers. They have their music videos packed with that shit.
Yeah, it's very much like in North America, Starsky, it's very much like Christian music. Everything is based on the idea of being Christian and promoting it and, you know, making it flourish and whatnot. And they even have a word called secular music for everyone else. But that's what you're saying. It's literally a tool to promote and propagate. It's not even music anymore.
Yeah, but I'm talking about things like, you know, music videos packed with nostalgia after the USSR,
right,
and shit like that. So yeah, you probably know this Russian group called Little Big, and their famous song is
Another Eurovision act.
Yeah, something like that. And they have it like everywhere. So dude coming into a store, and this store looks exactly like this, you know, old Soviet store where they sell vodka and stuff, and it's so colorful and shit. And a lot of people in Russia, they think of Soviet Union as a heaven. So they believe that it was so good in Russia, and that treacherous America and gayish Europe have destroyed their heaven, And
That's ridiculous. I mean, all you have to do is look to the automotive sector. You know, during the so-called glory days of, Russia and the Soviet Union, compared to what was going on in like Europe and America and whatnot, they had offerings that were so out of date and just junk. It wasn't funny. And, you know, we had the option of having all these amazing rigs and whatnot. I mean, that's just one example of so many that it's so easy to manipulate the look back nostalgia angle, right? Companies do it in Western civilization all the time for marketing reasons with car clothing and yada yada and blah blah. But it's a string you can pull that very much gets a reaction in people.
Yeah. For example, we all remember that they only acquired toilet paper 8 years after Gagarin, which is crazy. So yeah, they use that nostalgia after USSR a lot, and even young people who don't remember USSR, they believe in that shit. Again, they have a lot of their movies about USSR. They have this myth that people received much bigger salaries back then. So I made some calculations, and there's this famous sausage called Doctor's sausage. No idea why, but funny thing is that recipe for that sausage was taken from the United States in the 30s. So Russian commission arrived to the United States, and they brought recipes for ice cream, sausages, and stuff like that. And people who lived in Soviet Union, they are so proud of that. They literally don't remember where it comes from. So
I wanted to jump in, Starsky, with the whole idea of wages being higher and whatnot. At this point in history, especially if you're a gamer or a retro gamer, computer person of any, desire, or you were into it back then, everybody knows Tetris came from a dude in Russia programming on an old school computer, yada yada, blah blah blah. Ask him if wages were higher back then, because as the guy who wrote Tetris and the deal with Nintendo to get it on the Game Boy and put it out all over the world and whatnot, is he sitting back rich and famous right now? No.
Nobody even remembers his name. I made calculations. So they used to say that this sausage cost was 2.2 rubles back then in the USSR, and it was like really cheap. So I made calculations. I took their average salary back in the USSR and the value of ruble and our current salaries in Ukraine and value of Ukrainian hryvnia. And it appeared that in the USSR times, you could spend all of your salary and buy 70 pieces of that sausage, while in Ukraine, you can buy 100 pieces.
Wow.
Which is, yeah.
Wow.
So it's a freaking lie. And basically currently in Russia, even though they think that they have like small salaries and shit, they still can buy much more sausage than they could buy back in the USSR. So yeah, again, it's a big myth.
As often happens on this channel, Starsky, once again, we're talking about sausage.
Yeah. Should change your name, Dick, honestly.
Yeah,
I was going to throw something out there. For context. It wasn't really a question, but I've just done some digging on YouTube, and obviously Ukraine won this year. Their official video has got something like 20 million views. But just for a little bit of background, Little Big, who you just mentioned, they couldn't perform in 2020 because of the pandemic and the cancelled show. Their videos got 242 million, which is balmy because they didn't even perform. And I thought at the time when it came out, these numbers are a bit inflated. There's something, I don't even think the video's got any propaganda in it, but it must be some like channeling, because that's what Your Vision does. It gets your name out there. And then people start to look at other videos that they've done, and it starts to feed the machine. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, absolutely. And they spend a lot of money on promotion of those videos. Currently, that Little Big, they are kind of against Putin's politics, kind of, but we are talking about Russian imperialism, and it's everywhere in those symbols of Soviet Union, that nostalgia and stuff like that. I remember in 2014 I met a guy from Crimea, and he told me that he participated in Revolution of Dignity and he supports Ukraine and yada yada. And we became kind of friends, but at some point he told me that his mom is going to acquire a Russian ID in Crimea. And I'm like, why? He's like, well, because we're Russians. And I'm like, whoa, dude, wait a minute. What are you talking about? He's like, yeah, we are against Putin, but we are Russians. And I'm like, oh my God, what kind of soup do you have in your head, dude? Because you understand that Putin is not a problem. The problem is mass Putin, collective Putin. That's the problem.
Yes.
The origin of this problem is literally a century of brainwashing that was done by Russian informational warfare institutions in the Soviet Union.
Oh dear God, don't you hate that moment when you open your mouth and your fucking mind goes blank? Mipet, do you want to jump in with a few questions now that I've just royally fucked that one up?
Yes, sure. David Sullivan's asked, I would love to buy some Moscova stamps to include with my friend's Christmas presents. If Starsky was willing to help, I'd be willing to pay him a nice profit. So there's an idea. Starsky, you can become a postal officer.
So we have this anti-corruption agency here in Ukraine, and I would get into a big trouble as a military. So unfortunately, I cannot help you with that. Yeah.
Sorry, David, there's your answer. We also have Michael Castrian. Does Putin suffer from small man syndrome? He's a short ass. Is all this because he wants to go down in history with a title? Bit like Ivan the Terrible, but he'd be Putin the Prick, which I totally agree with.
I think he's probably been receiving too much doctor's sausage, I think.
Okay. Ian, do you know what huilo means?
Sorry, say again.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so in 2014, when all this shit started, our football hooligans in Ukraine had this parade singing Putin huilo. And huilo basically means a prick. And like literally. and in a very brutal way, I would say. I mean, you don't say such things when kids are around. And in Ukraine, literally, when you say prick, it's equal to Putin. Like 100% of Ukrainian knows that. And fortunately, because of Russian media, because one of their famous propagandists, Skabeeva, was so mad about it on the TV. Basically, now every Russian knows that as well. And Skabeeva received punishment, as much as I know, for that, because she kind of promoted this nickname. And since 2014, this nickname, Putin Huilo, basically became his like second name all around the world. It's very popular, like everywhere. So yeah, I think
Next Eurovision song, maybe.
It's like when you type this word on Google, you literally see his picture.
It's funny because Putin is a prick and a cunt, so he literally can go fuck himself.
Yeah, but this is one of the reasons why he's so mad at Ukrainians and why he wants us dead, is because we gave him this nickname that is following him like everywhere. He will be forever remembered as Huilo.
Oh, so I see. What you're doing is revealing the real reason for the special military operation.
Yeah.
He's just pissed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
we have I was going to say, I'd just like to grab a super chat here from Sinset for Danish krona, 50 Danish krona. Shout out to crazy, funny people and Ukraine. So thank you, Sinset. That's great.
That was probably us and Starsky in code, but we'll work on it. I was wondering if there's any information, Starsky, on the backside about the financial reach of social media and how it's affecting those that are affected by the war in Ukraine that aren't fighting it, the civilians. Would you say, with your years of knowledge and experience at this point, that the world is making more of an effort, or is it more visible, or is there a change in the effort? You know what I'm getting at here?
Yeah, I think I understand. For example, literally a couple of days ago, we saw those module houses being placed in Hostomel for people who lost their houses. And crowdfunding is amazing around the world. The crowdfunding for all kinds of relief efforts and support of Ukraine. I know that such module houses are already installed in Bucha, in Borodyanka, because a lot of people have lost their houses due to shelling and bombing. And in one of my videos, I showed the audience that football field near the school in Hostomel. And basically, this football field is now used as this basis for those houses, like the place where they are installed. And I think it was possible because of this Polish program that was crowdfunded, I think. And I like from time to time I see a lot of such examples, like people coming from other countries and willing to help to rebuild something or send in their some kind of supplies, food and stuff, meds for people. Yeah, I think that social media in terms of crowdfunding and in terms of volunteers, they do a really good job here.
We had a Streamlabs donation from the Streamlabs tip from Mary come in. Thank you very much. Canadian 12.70. So I'm thinking it's probably American $10 or something. Fucking Streamlabs. Like, seriously, there's no way somebody did 12.70. Just show me their native currency, but whatever. Thank you, Mary. I finally got the chance to tell a real Ukrainian Slava Ukraini. She didn't understand me. I'm working on it. So I get that. We have a small but very cool Ukraine community in my hometown here. We're lucky enough to have one of those local grocery shops, the smaller style ones that cater to the community, and we can get some cool shit, Starsky. Yeah, it's really cool. And I did the same thing. And the way that they kind of gave me the correction and stuff, I was like, I'm going to have to check with yourself and Starsky because I think we got like local variations of pronunciation going on and stuff. And I'm struggling as it is. And they're laughing their heads off at me. It was really funny.
One thing you should know about Ukrainians is that Ukrainians grow everything. So when you arrive to our positions, I give you 100%. You will find onions growing on the positions because we like to grow all kinds of plants, and onion is one of the most popular ones because it doesn't require much care, and we can add it to borscht and fried eggs and whatever.
Is it not true, Starsky, that isn't it either cherries or apples originate as something that was cultivated from Ukraine?
I think cherries, because we have a lot of them here.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm surrounded by cherry orchards over where I live too, and I know a couple of the farmers. I do some tech support for them, and I do believe that. Darn it. They also have a winery, and they just won some awards, but I can't get the name of the name out because I could have shelled them out. Sorry, I'll do it next week. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was them that was telling me the story. I mean, when you get together with a family like that, you end up quite drunk at the end of the night. So it's a little blurry, but I'm trying.
Yeah, it's true. So Ukrainians make a lot of homemade wine and random, distillery, if you know what I mean. And it's kind of popular here in Ukraine. So we can make random beverage out of anything.
Starsky, just one more on that, because I know we got a few questions that we want to get to as well. Isn't it popular in Ukraine to do that special drink where you layer the different flavors and alcohols in one big thing, and then as you put the ladle in and get your little drink out, it changes as you go through the layers? Am I ringing a bell there?
Yeah, we have that in plenty of pubs here in Kyiv. I remember my favorite was Green Mexican. I don't know if you have that in the UK or the US.
I think we do up here, but that's just because of my local area. Gary, does that sound familiar your way? Oh, do we have him? He's unmuted in meets, but Gary's been having a tech nightmare over his way. I think he's got something going on still. His internet company keeps dropping out, and every time he goes to say something, boom, meets kicks him out again. Poor guy.
It's a sabotage.
Yeah. It's Putin
That's-
himself
that-
is coming after you.
They're sitting in a van outside his house giggling their socks off every time he goes to speak. Pull the cable.
I do have
Because
one
myself
quick
into that.
I was just going to say,
Oh,
I've got
go
one
Mipet
quick,
first. Yep.
one quick super chat from Susie Q for $5.
Whoops. There we go.
I looked it up. I'm going to wreck this. Kylo is listed as Putin Kylo on Wikipedia. Kahulio. I may have pronounced that wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, Huilo. Yeah. So it's basically it's his second name.
I was just going to say, Dick, that here in the UK we can make grog out of pretty much anything.
Well, we were talking the other night on the music one there. We were talking about swill, where you take like a whiskey barrel and then a wine barrel and then whatever, and you just keep running the same water and running them around and around and around, and you end up with like some cheap swill you can go after. I think every country's got their version of that.
Well, I completely agree. I mean, if you're really fucking desperate, you can just go down the road and buy a carton of orange juice or grape juice, put it in a bottle, chuck some bread in there, leave it for a couple of weeks, and you'll be wasted.
Oh, that sounds like lockup.
But wasn't grog invented by like pirates?
Yeah, grog is basically rum. It's diluted rum that they used to give the pirates to give them some spunk to go and fight.
It's, it's like from what I know. So back in those days, you had to take water with you on a ship because you back in those days they couldn't make drinkable water out of seawater.
That's right.
Yeah, and in those barrels, this water used to get used to get spoiled after a while because of germs and stuff. So British fleet invented this grog. So they used to add some amount of rum to this water, but pirates, who originated basically from those sailors who served in British fleet and stuff, they used to add a bit more rum, I would say, for obvious reasons. And yeah, it was their like favorite beverage.
Well, watered down, you could just drink it all day, and at the end of the day, you'd feel great about things, no matter how shitty it was, right?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, you know what pirates are like. They're usually at least one legless.
I mean, talking about that sort of thing, the word shit, shit, comes from the days when they used to transport cow shit in barrels, and because it produces methane, and methane is heavier than air, it would settle on it would settle on the decks. So they used to write on these barrels of cow shit, which means store high in transit. So store it on the deck so that the methane doesn't sink to the bottom of the boat, and when you spark up your pipe, you blow the boat up.
Oh, that's funny. That's
How about
funny.
that? Store high in transit. Yep.
Yeah.
So the word shit is all about trying to keep you from having a blue angel that would be a disaster.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly that.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, go ahead, Starsky.
I saw a documentary on pirates, and basically they were like special forces. So pirates were first people who invented tactical, not vests, but let's call them tactical vests. So they had a bunch of pistols because when you're going to attack and capture another ship, you better have a bunch of loaded pistols. And they used to have like a couple of pistols connected with a string or a wire or something like that, and it would hang over the pirate's neck, and he would use those pistols on the go, and without having to throw them away, which is cool. And in fact, it was really tactical. Yeah.
I like that. Mipet, do you want to? We'll get level 70 super chat in here, and
Yes, please. Level 70 for 13.99 Canadian. A history question for Starsky. A lot of Ukrainians migrated to Canada in the early 1900s. Now, when they talk to an Ukrainian today, they, and that's as far as I got, hang on, let me scroll back up, it's just jumped on me. They barely understand half the words. It seems the language changed.
big time.
Yeah, it's true. So one of the examples is some guys from Australia arrived to Kiev. It was like years ago, prior to the war. And we went to a club, and one of those guys, he got really drunk, and he was crying to me, he said, "Andrew, I want to marry a girl in Australia, but it's freaking impossible because my parents called me Levko." And I'm like, oh, well, Levko sounds pretty funny in Ukrainian as well, and it's a very old name, you know. And in Ukrainian diaspora, they used to give those old names to their kids, even today, which is funny as hell. So he was crying. He was like, "Oh my God, I will die alone because no girl wants to date Levko."
Why doesn't he just change his name to Levi? Something like
or Leon or something like that.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, over here, we shorten everything, and if you add Wakano on the end, you're right.
Levi is Levi's an anagram of Elvis, so just change it into Elvis.
But I said that, dude, I don't want to disappoint you, but with this name, you won't find a girl here as well.
Yeah, but naming your child Elvis, isn't that condemning them to die on the toilet trying to push a half-chewed fucking cheeseburger out your sphincter?
I've got Elvis tattooed on my right forearm, or is it Levi's? I can't remember. It's one or the other. Oh dear. Yeah, fancy dying on the bog with a cheeseburger in your gob, eh? Fucking hell.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, life is. What are you going to do?
And can I just also jump in? Susie Q for another $5. She just repeated her question. She wasn't sure whether it came through. Yes, Susie, it definitely did. And thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's an odd thing going with Streamlabs and YouTube tonight. There's a disconnect because some of the alerts aren't coming through properly. I'm having a hard time finding them, and it's kind of got me, dancing around. But hey, we'll figure it out. What are you gonna do? Lico equals Elvis. Oh wow. Okay. Well, here comes the de-evolution, right? What are you gonna do?
Can I throw something out there?
Where do we go now?
Yeah, we can go in this direction if you like. So I realized Starsky's been with us for, 2 or 3 months. And we've got various bits of personal information about him. And I realized he barely has any dirt on us. So we could just, for maybe 10 minutes, and then you could just go back if we want. Is there anything that Starsky wants to know about us? And do a reverse Q&A for 10, 15 minutes.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Don't ask. Hold on, Starsky. Before you start, don't ask Gary anything tricky because he's drunk now and it will take forever. So just keep that in mind.
Get out of here. You know the school, Dick.
I'm on your
Okay.
heels, buddy.
Okay, Gary, what is like 3 things that you don't want other people to know about you?
Oh, well, if I was to tell you, then they'd know about me, wouldn't they? So I'll keep that to myself.
No, up it, puppet. You were asked. That's it.
Oh, no. Ooh, tricky one, Starsky. Tricky. You've got me in a corner there. Well, I don't know how many people are watching now, but I think it's over 600. But I'll tell you something.
Million.
A million. You've heard of You've heard of bisexual, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trisexual, which means
Whoa.
if it's sexual, I'll try it.
Nice one.
Good shout. Good shout. I can't wait to hear DKG's answer to this question. Mr. Emmy Award winner himself.
Sorry, you'll have to repeat the question. I was sorting something else out. What was that? What was the question?
What's the thing that you don't want other people to know about you?
Phew. I can't think of anything.
Well, we all know
great.
he polishes his knob regularly.
I can't.
He's got 3 knobs. He polishes his 3 knobs.
I don't think I've ever actually kept anything secret.
Yeah, maybe that's our problem on the Shills. We're just too open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real heart in your sleeve environment. I mean, you know, it is. It's a tough one, isn't it, DK? Come on, you must have something.
Well, I suppose it might. Just before the stream, I was out there kicking a Russian tramp. Well, I think he was Russian. He might be European or something. It was close, but 50-50. Who knows?
Yeah.
It might have been Romanian. It doesn't matter. It's European. So
yeah. Since Brexit, there's a lot of kicking going on, so I didn't know.
Yeah, that's it. As Uncle Martin says, DK doesn't really look like Yoda. There you go. Secrets out.
Oh, it's funny.
Okay, follow us today.
You know what? I think it's. I mean, it depends on which group you're talking about. So if it depends on who is it that I don't want them to know. So I don't know how to word that. What group is not meant to know this information?
Your in real life group.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
That's so British. Gosh.
Actually, you know what? There was a
Manners.
moment. This is me now sort of having a red herring moment, because those obviously that know that I'm Fallacy Dave, I go into fallacies and different mistakes in reasoning. So now I'm just going to go off into a red herring and avoid answering the question. I was in America, and they actually do pick up on all those little bits of your language. And I went out there for 2 summers, and I don't know what I said. I said some phrases like "that old chestnut" and things like that, and I didn't even realize I said it. I didn't even realize I just said "gosh." Have I bought enough time for you to forget what the question was? No? Damn, I'm going to have to answer it. I think in real life friends, I think people probably don't know that I actually am just useless with animals, completely useless. Because my sister's got horses, and so I've never been on a horse, don't actually know what I'm doing. But occasionally the horses do sort of not get out to the point where they're on the road or causing any sort of major trouble, right? But if they did, I'd run down there and be brave but I wouldn't know what I'm doing. I just have to be like, I've got to lure them with food. Hold on, I don't have any food. Right, I'm the food. Okay, I'm I'm gonna have to try to lure, because one of them as well is very bitey.
Where is this going?
Nowhere. That's the point.
Nowhere.
Okay, well, Dave, you might not know what to do, but Gary will sort of have a try.
I'm sure this is what is known as filibustering. Come on, Dave, sort it out.
Yeah. No, it is actually a very difficult question to answer.
It is. I got one, but we should bring Mipet in because we got a super chat. We should do a shout out for it.
Okay, but we can continue later.
Yes.
Just after my intake goes.
Yeah. We have $2 from Springvale Light saying red herring, British get the death penalty, anyone?
Drawn and quartered for that answer, Dave. All right, Starsky.
Absolutely.
Who's your next victim, buddy?
How about you?
All right. For me, I think
yeah.
it's actually pretty simple. My biggest I don't want you to know towards people of my in real life family or in community versus like online is that I really actually don't care for them much at all. And they really don't know how to socialize well. And they kind of all suck ass. And I prefer the online thing. So yeah, fuck you all.
You're just shy, aren't you, Dick?
Yeah. You know me, I have a hard time formulating my words.
Nice one. Mipet?
Just before I say mine, we have had a member chat from Charlie Welch. He says, "This is my in real life group. What's that say about me?"
Touche.
My thing would be, I don't know, there's not much these guys don't know about it except my actual age, but I ain't going to tell you that no matter how hard you twist my arm. Well, I've got a family and they're all awesome. So, yeah, I've got...
Oddball.
Okay, I've got 4 grandchildren. How's that sound?
Whoa,
Gives you an idea of my age. There you go.
I think you're avoiding the question there somewhat, Mipet.
Yeah, and the grandchildren are all in their 80s.
She Daved that one big time, man.
You know what?
Okay.
I do have one as well. If I can go back on that. So, because Dick said what your family don't know, then I'll immediately shamelessly self-promote my card games, because if they knew about any of that, and I think Dick would
Yes.
agree, that would just sort of...
Well, let's,
I don't know
Dave,
what would happen there.
Dave, why don't we take a minute? Because, you know, we are the Shills. We shill our stuff. So why don't you take a minute, give everybody the lowdown on what's going on, drop the link in the green room and we'll get it shilled out and whatnot. Tell everybody what you're up to right now. Take a couple of minutes and fucking own this shit.
Yeah, I realize this is how this is going to interpret, because I was going to say something along these lines and then I hesitated because it's like...
fuck all that. Come on.
It sounds like I'm avoiding the question. Anyway, all right. So we're making card games for our Kickstarter. It's going to start on 1st of July. And basically we've got 3 card games that are coming out. And it's basically the games that are made out of the dirtiest conversations that me and my in real life mates have had. And we basically tear each other to pieces. You probably hear it in snippets on the Shills about how we talk to each other. There is no limit on what gets said. And so we've made these card games, and it's easier to explain visually what those card games are. But basically, they're all about sex, relationships, porn, kinks. It's all just hilarious, fun stuff. And the main selling point is you layer cards on top of one another in order to grow the biggest dick. That is the basic gist of the first game anyway, and then the other 2 are sort of spin-off games from that. So we've got our Kickstarter coming up on 1st of July. I'm sure we're going to keep shilling it out up until the night itself. I didn't realize that the actual night of the launch will be mid Shills stream. It will be on this stream sort of at midnight in what is now 3 weeks. Is that right?
Yeah.
Exactly 3 weeks time.
Dave, I have that that video preview link you gave me. Should I get ready to shill that out now? Is that something that can be done, or is that too early?
Hey, you can do whatever you like.
This is
out. Yeah.
So this is we're gonna drop under the Shills account in the live chat a link to the YouTube video that previews the Kickstarter for the card games, and so everybody take a second and head on over, but keep this open so you can listen to Dave, finish, and away we go. My interruption is done. Sorry.
No worries. What I would say is, once people find that video, it's only like is it the 4-minute video that you were talking about? I did send some shorter ones as well. The 4-minute video just explains absolutely every single little thing we're doing in the Kickstarter campaign. It's not just the games we're doing, merch. There's ways to get free games if you get your mates involved. It's basically just going to be a fun community building exercise for about a month. And we only need about 100 backers to get our funding, so it's going to be fun. Hopefully these games are also going to be delivered within time for Christmas, so if you do have those dirty friends, work colleagues, that sort of thing, this is perfect for them. This is ideal, and we're running a day one deal, so that means you're basically going to get a massive discount on all of the games. We're going to throw in some custom made playing cards in there as well. And if we get to our big target of 1,000 backers, then we get to add little bits and pieces to the games that just enhance the experience. Things like penis-shaped counters, edge bordering on. We've checked this out. We're going to make. I've been going back and forth with the manufacturers and being like, so this design would work 6 millimeters better. No, what about 7?
Manufacturers? Classic.
We've got. Yeah. I'm way down this rabbit hole now. There's no going back. But I should say,
this is amazing. Literally, I would buy all of those cards. I swear.
Oh, we're Starsky, so you can spread it with the boys in the team and whatnot over there. We're gonna put the coupon code in so you can just grab a couple of sets for everybody. The Shills will take care of it. All done. Spread it and have some fun. Oh yeah.
Come off it. Send him a pack for free, for fuck's sake.
That's what I mean. We'll pay for them. We'll send him a few of each, right? So he can spread them around.
I've just cottoned on to Starsky's question now. What he was originally asking us. What he doesn't. What we don't want other people to know. I just realised he was fishing for credit card numbers and PIN numbers.
So you want to know my thing?
Yes, we do.
Exactly.
Okay, it's spiders. I mean, I don't like spiders. It's I have no idea where it comes from. Like rats, snakes, I don't give a damn, but spiders. So once I've been late working over my computer, and I saw this huge shadow. It looked like an alien from a movie, and I thought, oh my God, I got to use this opportunity to fight my fears. So I captured this spider. I had this a transparent box for floppy disks. It was a very long time ago. And I captured this spider into the box, and it started like running around. It was really big. And later, I was literally, spending time staring at this spider, and I named him Lloyd for some reason.
Should have been called Boris.
Lloyd. And
too Russian.
Yeah, and then after a month, probably I realized that I gotta feed him somehow.
Did you give it acid? Give it acid. Look at the fucking spider's webs it makes.
So yeah, but then I had to release it, unfortunately, because I couldn't. I wasn't very efficient in catching flies, so I had to release himself. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I've just never heard somebody say that on the Shills before, because I wasn't very proficient in catching flies, right? I mean,
yeah. But yeah, we are responsible for those who are domesticated by us. So I released him. I hope he's alive and thriving.
Yeah.
And he's here tonight.
No, Starsky, that one gets me too, because where I live, we have a real community of the black widow spiders, and all you have to do is just lift up a little piece of wood and there'll be one or two underneath, and you have to really watch that shit where I live. It's fucking crazy, man. And those, they don't write songs about black widows and name movies after them for nothing, right? They suck. You don't want them around.
Yeah. And
you lot have... Oh, sorry, Starsky. I was just going to say, you lot have no idea about spiders at all. We've only got about 502 species over here, and most of them are venomous. So
they're bastards, aren't they, Mipet? Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
I hit a redback with a high-pressure hose. Great.
And Fallacy Dave mentioned the difference in language and pronunciation between British English and American English. And I remember this funny story. It happened in 2016. We participated in Rapid Trident 2016 in Ukraine. It was a military exercise involving NATO countries and our brigade as well. And there were I think surgeons from Irish regiment, I think, and there was some National Guardsmen from the U.S. and they were looking at our guys. So we had this training task. We had to capture some position using our armored vehicles, and this Irish gentleman, I think, I think it was Irish regiment. So he was looking at our vehicles and what our guys did. So there was hill, and our vehicles were providing covering fire for our guys. And it's like one APC moves out of the hill, from behind the hill. It starts shooting, and then it moves back really fast, and another one moves out and starts shooting. So they shoot in turns, and they provide constant fire. It was really cool. And this Irish gentleman said, unfortunately, I cannot copy his accent, but he said, "Oh, it looks very nice, and I think we can use it, in our army, and blah blah blah." And this American gentleman was standing there, behind my back, and he was listening to this Irish gentleman very, very attentively, and then he said something like, "Yeah, sounds great, but I don't understand a shit what you're saying, son," something like this. And I literally, I couldn't just pretend I'm not laughing. It was so funny. I don't understand a word you're saying. Oh my god.
That's the best impression of an American I've heard from a Eastern European. That's fucking brilliant. That was classic.
All it needed was just a gun. And,
Yeah, fuck off. I like guns.
We,
If I could, I'd like to just jump in some super chats, catch up. We had one from Springvale Light for $2, and the reply to that question is Russia. And we know Russia, that's the way they are, and will not kill them. Trust me, they will not do that. Going to ask something in return, of course, but then they won't kill them. All of this is propaganda. Thank you, Annabelle, for answering that question for me.
cool.
Then we also have Greg for £10. Starsky, thank you for your updates from Ukraine. Is there a specific weapon system which Ukraine really needs from the Western arsenal that would change the tempo in theatre? Slava Ukraini.
Heroям Slava. So it's not like we need some specific weapon, but we need a lot of MRLS. We need hundreds of them to be at least as powerful as Russia in terms of artillery. That's one of the most important points.
What about a million
Oh,
boxes of spiders?
Oh,
You could scare the Russians away.
you need one to scare away me. So
And we just have one more from Springvale Light for $2. Thanks, Dick, for representing the United States, which is hilarious because you're not even here, even there.
Dear God, is that what it
Yes, it
says?
does.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, I gotta be one of the most proud Canadians you've ever met. Like that's hilarious. But I did spend a huge amount of time in the late 80s and into the 90s through about 98 or whatever as a professional musician touring through the States. And some of my best friends are from the States. So it does sort of apply in that way, I would say. Interesting, though. Starsky, on a personal note, when you're going from place to place, doing your thing, responsibilities and all, as it pertains to your position and whatnot right now, would you say the morale of citizens is, all things considered, right? Like, don't get me wrong here, but would you say the morale of citizens, even those being displaced and stuff, is still a little bit, high? Like, this will work out in the end, even though it sucks right now. Would you say that maybe there's too much doom and gloom, and where do you see a balance there?
yeah, so you can imagine a person who lived in a Ukrainian city. And
I'm trying and I'm having a hard time. That's why I couldn't even ask the question properly, because it just fucks my shit up,
yeah, I understand your question. So imagine a person living in a Canadian city, for example, and then suddenly some kind of aliens capture your city and do crazy shit. And in a while, your army comes in and kicks their asses, and you are like back in your city. So it's something like that. So it's like so it's like they experienced a lot of shit. Honestly, they experienced a lot of tragedy and deaths, and they've lost a lot of their property. But in the end, the army returned and managed to eliminate those orcs. Let's call them orcs.
Yeah. And even then we're doing them a favor, because that's I don't think that's malicious enough. I would call them the most disgusting pieces of human shit the world has seen since World War II. But
basically
orcs. Yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah, because when we saw our barracks after Russians, we decided that calling them pigs means insulting pigs. So that's like attempt to make you understand what civilians feel. Like one way or another, Ukraine is back. Their army is back. Their services are back, and they receive a lot of help not only from their authorities, their government, their army, but also from foreign citizens who arrive to Ukraine willing to help. And I can say that they live through some pretty nasty times, really hard times, but they feel the support from Ukraine and from all around the world. So that's like the situation. I can say that some of them again might be let's call it angry on Ukrainians, for example, on Ukrainian army as well as Russian army, because in some cases Russians, like in Hostomel, for example, they made all of those citizens go away. So they would literally knock on the door and say, "Get the fuck out of here," or else, and they were forced to leave their houses. And then Russians would move in those houses and make their positions there. They would put their sniper positions, and they would put random equipment like infantry raiders. There's this so-called infantry raider called Fara in Russian, and this raider is capable of locating people, like walking, and stuff like that. And of course, we would target those locations. It's a huge internal struggle inside every Ukrainian military, whether to attack civilian structures, even knowing that there's no civilians whatsoever and they are captured by Russians. The internal struggle, because we know that people's property is in there, and people will lose their houses. But there's no other way we can eliminate enemy without plenty of losses on our side, because attacking house and trying to bring our troops into house and clear it, CQB in general is a very hard art, I would say, and it results in plenty losses. So we would use whatever is easier, that's why, and plus, Russians love to occupy civilian structures like schools. They know exactly that we won't be bombing schools.
That's some fucked up shit to be playing it that way, man. I mean, you go back in the history of war and, you go back to even World War I kind of stuff. Nobody would have ever thought to play that dishonorably on the battlefield. No way.
Yeah. And now this school in Hostomel, I think that it won't be usable anymore because...
Yeah.
Yeah. So they basically dug a lot of tunnels underneath this school, and of course they made this those positions for their 120 millimeter mortars on the children playground. It's on my video. So we have this internal struggle every time we have to use our artillery to strike Russians that specifically stationed in those houses and stuff. And that's why civilians, they are sometimes angry on us. And I can understand that, honestly. But there's literally no other way to get rid of Russians, because they would force people out of their houses and move in, and either
God.
either use those houses to
You know,
accommodate their troops, or put their equipment in there.
before I get to Mipet quick, I mean, there was a time when despots were running around, wreaking havoc and, taking territory and stuff, and they would rape and pillage and all that nasty stuff. But we did get to a point of more civilized war when, okay, the town is ours now. You march through and you show your superiority and you lay down your rules, but you don't go through displacing people and destroying their homes and schools and stuff. You're supposed to just take over the infrastructure and restructure it your way. And this is just barbaric bullshit. It's not supposed to be against the people. It's supposed to be against the force.
Yeah, but in Russians' mind, all Ukrainians are enemies, and all their property, like laundry machines, like Wi-Fi routers, like everything they take from people, is trophies. For Ukrainians, Russian tank is a trophy.
Right.
But to them, everything they steal from people is a trophy of
Yeah, and that to me is way too old school in the way of, oh my God, that species is endangered. I want to go out and kill one of the last ones so I can have its head on my wall. I mean, holy fuck, society is better than that now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Right. Mipet, you needed to jump in, right? We better get Mipet in here.
Yes, please. I've got a few super chats. Springvale Light for $2. Russia won't kill them who kill people in Ukraine. Nice statement. Greg for £5. MLRS launched spiders. Roger that. We'll speak to Skunkworks, which is awesome. Miss K, she's actually had to go to bed, but she kindly donated $10. A big thank you to Miss K. And finally, Susie. Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
we should give a big shout out. Good night, Miss K. Thanks for the donation. She was awesome in the chat. Big supporter of the channel. Love her.
She is fantastic.
Yeah.
And Susie Q for $5. Can someone ask Zelensky to award soldiers weekly for most tanks, jets, etc. destroyed? War game to end this war quicker and increase morale a little.
I must say that our soldiers are getting awarded very often. So there's this National Guardsman, I think, in Kharkiv, and he's a conscript, by the way. So he destroyed 3 Russian airplanes already, and I saw his interview, and he was saying, I didn't destroy 3 airplanes already. I have destroyed 3 airplanes yet. And guys like that are being awarded all the time. I can say that in my brigade, we already have 4 heroes. Unfortunately, 3 of them were awarded post-mortem. And one of them is one of my best friends in the recon platoon, and he's a real hero, I can say. So whenever he returns from a mission, his his uniform is soaked in blood, and he's like, yeah, it was cool, yeah. So he's crazy, and I know that that's war is his place because he's a real professional.
Yeah,
it must be quite hard for them to pick out who the heroes are, because you're all bloody heroes, really.
Yeah, it's
Agreed.
true. And one thing I wanted to mention is I talked to my guys there in Severodonetsk. They told me, you probably heard this fact about German troops on the Eastern Front that sometimes went insane because of the amount of Soviet soldiers they had to shoot.
Wow.
Yeah, so German machine gunners required a lot of treatment from their military psychologists, because they would literally kill like hundreds of people on a daily basis. And what I've been told is that a lot of our guys, they will need that treatment after war, because in Rubizhny, in Severodonetsk, they would eliminate a lot of Russian soldiers on a daily basis, literally because of their failed tactics, and this habit of sending like those mobilized people that were mobilized in Donbass in front lines in the first wave. They say, yeah, sometimes you literally go crazy because of that, because you can see so much deaths, but that's your job.
That's a hard toll to take, though, because it's lifelong. You don't just shrug that off when you're done.
Exactly. We did have one question back when you were questioning us, Starsky, and that question was, how old are you?
Oh, I'm this year I'm turning 37.
So a baby. Okay. He's a baby, everyone.
Well, that depends on perspective, because I mean, myself, I'm in my early 50s, but my son's only 15, right? I jumped into the game very late. So,
whippersnapper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 57 in September, so crikey, I'm nearly old enough to be your dad, Starsky.
Well, yeah, but never mind. What about DKG? He's 50-something plus an Emmy.
Ancient.
I mean,
training Jedi for 800 years.
900 years old, dude. Look, looks good you or not.
Wow, that was good. Holy shit. Wow. That was awesome.
Jedi was one of my call signs back in 2015.
Oh, cool. There was what was the goddamn show? I was watching the latest episode of Superman and Lois, and Superman was trying to teach his young kid that's got the powers brewing or whatever. I'm going to show you how to fly through this little snow canyon up in the, the Fortress of Solitude. I used to call it the Kessel Run. And the kid looks at him and goes, "What's that?" And the dude playing Superman just put his head down in shame and shook his head. It was funny as hell.
Yeah, seriously, what is it?
Okay, Gary, I want you to take DKG's address down, drive over there, and retrieve the Emmy. It's no longer worthy of his possession.
I completely agree. We should hold it hostage.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Hit him over the head with it.
Yeah, which one though, Mipet? He's got
all three.
Yeah.
Yep. One on each side and one right in the top. Yep.
For those unfamiliar, we're not actually teasing him. DKG Custom here on the Shills actually has an Emmy award for visual effects. He is a visual effects artist by trade, and he has an Emmy award on his shelf. I kid you not. That is who he is.
Yeah,
this is true. This is true, but we should knock him over the head with one of them, beat him in the guts with the second one, and punch him in the bollocks with the third one.
You got to find him first.
Starsky said last week, sorry, Mipet, Starsky said last week he liked Ricky Gervais. There was a joke he said, because he's got 3 Golden Globes, he says one holds the door, one to hit burglars over the head with, and one, well, it doesn't matter what I do with it, it's mine.
we got to shout out E Zonda in the chat. Did DKG have to smack Will Smith for it?
I just would like to catch up on a couple of super chats if I could. Gary IOW for £5, another 5 sheep for the good cause. Spend it as you will. And we have Greg for £10. Last time I asked about the HMS Audacious submarine, and as far as I'm aware, it has not been seen since Gibraltar. Tip me the wink if you think it's in the Black Sea.
Oh, Starsky, what do you think? Good shout.
Well, you can't see it because it's probably underwater.
Yeah.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
Nah, they're probably having a full English breakfast in Skegness.
So Black Sea is kind of deep. It's kind of, I think, is something like 1 kilometer deep. So basically, submarines can use this sea, to do their military tasks. So yeah, it's possible.
What about the Straits getting in to the Black Sea? How deep is that? I mean, is it submarine depthable? Is that a word? Could submarines be going backwards and forwards through the Straits without the Istanbul knowing?
Mark Knopfler might have something to say about that.
I have a shout out from the chat here. I do believe I'm pronouncing this right if I say where is it here? Genevieve La. Starsky's birthday is in July. When can we wish him a happy birthday? Well, that was something that was going to be planned in the background, but we were thinking, Starsky, we're going to have to have a big old birthday stream.
Oh my God. Yeah, I think that I'm doomed to have one.
Yeah, it has to happen, right? And what we'll do is we'll do a special thing where you pick a place and we'll do a link in the chat and whatnot, and everything goes right to there and so on and so forth. And but birthdays are a big deal in the Shills family, so we got to be doing that one real well.
Yeah, and Starsky, you better be having lots of birthdays in the future, otherwise we'll start talking shit about you and saying how you never come to our streams anymore.
Okay. I hope that my next birthday, I will be able to celebrate live together with you guys. That
we hope
fantastic.
so. We hope so.
Let's try to make it happen for sure. Mipet, you got a couple others you need to clear up, and then we can move on to more tomfoolery.
Yes, please. I have Springvale Light for $2. You should have you should have a show dedicated to heroes, and I completely agree. That would be a great thing. Maybe after the war's finished, because every one of you guys are heroes.
Wow. Heroes. Imagine it. Heroes Weekly. Today we interview, you know what I mean? What a fucking idea.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
Right?
Thanks for that, Springvale Light.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then M. For $20. Using Russian logic, the USA has the right and responsibility to free the oppressed English-speaking citizens of Canada. USA troops will no doubt be greeted with flowers. That was great.
Okay, sorry, I'm broken. I need a minute.
Commander. Sorry.
So according to Russian logic, Russians have right to liberate Native Americans because Native Americans are relatives with some of the Russian nations that live in Chukotka and far east of Russia. So basically, we can expect that. I think it's like not an exclusion.
Oh, look
Well,
out!
that'd be
They're coming
quite
your
funny.
way.
That'd be quite funny. The Russians going over to see the Native Americans, and the Native Americans just fleece them for all their money in the casinos.
You should see all those messages in their social media. So whenever they talk about the U.S., they say something like, "We got to take our Alaska back," and they keep repeating that a lot.
That is, how do you respond?
It's Alaska. It's Alaska. Let them have it.
Go get those Indians. Yeah. Good grief.
Dear God. Commander 401 has joined us and has something to add. So, Commander, how's it going? What's happening?
All right. One thing when you were talking about Russian logic, around the start of this horrible crime that Russia has committed against the people of Ukraine, there were assholes in, let's put it, pro-Putin media who wanted the United States to invade Canada because they required vaccines to enter it. Remember the protests? I think Laura Ingraham and a bunch of idiots on Fox were talking about America needing to invade Canada. It's absolutely that kind of batshit here.
Wow.
And as more I dig into it, the closer and closer the bullshit from Russia looks like the bullshit from the idiots over here, and vice versa.
There's definitely parallels. Definitely. Probably scary so too. The social media aspect of things has very much given us access to information, but also bullshit. And, Starsky, yourself being, an officer meant to engage with the public, the strategy and whatnot behind it all, and talking about it and trying to make sure you're one-upping, it must be a nightmare to keep up on.
I get accused a lot in like spreading propaganda, because
we've had a few people, Starsky, comment on our streams with yourself, oh, blah blah and this and that, and we just ban them from the channel on the spot because we're not having it, right? I mean, you don't talk about our family members that way, but in seeing the few that we've had since you've been a shill, I can only imagine what's coming at you.
It is fine, but it's like, whenever I'm showing some results of Russian war crimes, like that artillery position on the children playground, I receive comments, not often, but sometimes, that it's Ukrainian propaganda. But the fact is, I don't have to make up things. I literally show the results of their presence. And you can ask literally any Ukrainian military, and they will tell you that the only thing that is left after Russian troops is a lot of garbage, because I've been to this Chernobyl area, and those forests, they are there's piles of their rations and stuff like that, and remains of their toilet paper and crap, and they leave plenty of garbage and death and tears, basically, and destruction, of course, because wherever you see Russian world, there's like destroyed houses and people being either raped or kidnapped or something like that. I don't have to make up anything. I literally show what this Russian world consists of, literally.
The wow, I had a couple things I wanted to get to there, and I'm not sure that I can even formulate it properly. I think I'll need a second there. We had a question here that I wanted to get to. With the U.S. MLRS, will they be sending long rangers?
So they currently send some, I think, 80-kilometer range missiles to Ukraine, but those launchers, they are capable of using even missiles with longer range, and I think it's typical practice, to see what we are capable of and then support us with something more advanced. I mean, it's logic, and the United States do that often. So I think we can expect those longer range missiles as well.
Yeah, we were talking about this last week, and I think I saw somewhere in the news that the Britain are actually going to be supplying some long range missile tech to you.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. I also heard that I think Israel is going to supply us with anti-ship missiles as well, and those missiles have a range of 200 or 300 kilometers.
Oh wow!
Yeah, which is very good. Currently
that protects the shoreline. Yeah.
So currently, we have enough firepower to keep Russian vessels like 100 kilometers away from the shore, which is great. So they cannot use their artillery much on our targets located on the shore, like city of Odessa. But they still have plenty of those older cruise missiles that are being shot from ships. So yeah, but again, they have more shells than those missiles.
Yeah. Going back to slightly more personal things and whatnot. We were talking about cultural things and so on. Starsky, with your background in music and so on, a situation like this must be just horrific for anybody that's 17 to 25 and just putting it on the line to start a music career and so on and whatnot. There's no local venues anymore. There's nowhere to build a grassroots support. I mean, I think situations like that, how it can affect communities like the artistic and whatnot and so on, don't quite get the recognition they maybe deserve, because I mean, there's people who are talented in the arts and deserve to make a living from it. But how do you do that when you're in an affected territory from war? Right?
Yeah, we have a lot of musicians that play for our soldiers. We also have some events downtown with our artists and musicians, because we have to cheer up our civilians anyways. So our cultural life, I would call it thriving, but it's still functioning. We still have a bunch of random performances like every day.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a career musician for years. That's how I made my living. And I hate the thought of that being stifled and being stepped on and pushed aside in any situation. I know that, you get regimes where, religion and so on takes hold. And as such, you get certain aspects pushed aside, and that's bad enough. But in war, you could end up in a situation where almost nobody has their artistic voice anymore because there's just too much going on. And I think in modern society, let alone the fact that we shouldn't have these territorial land grabs going on anymore, and this, total all-out assault to try to build the old school empire that already failed and is gone, and everybody's like, thank God. We don't need that getting in the way of progress of society and people as a whole. And, any loss in the arts is a bad loss.
Yeah, it's true. And it's not only about arts and culture. For example, I used to go to gym since, I don't know, like since autumn.
Good point. Yeah.
And currently I cannot do that because my gym is used as a bomb shelter. And due to that, I have lost like already 10 kilograms because I cannot do that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I think we have a bunch of gyms here and there, but psychologically, I'm not into bodybuilding at this point for some reason. I don't feel convenient doing something for my pleasure.
Right.
Let's call it this way, because of war.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Mipet, are you there? We had I'm not sure if it's a Streamlabs tips or a super chat, the Canadians one.
No, it must have been it's a Streamlabs.
Yeah, Streamlabs tips in. Thank you very much, Donnie Boy 73 donated $5. Canadians support you, and you're damn right they do. Absolutely. Yeah. Big shout out. Well, we just had a bunch of airplane loads of people from Ukraine show up, and a bunch of them were taken right to my local area because we have a Ukraine community here. And there was a push by one or two of the local, media outlets, newspapers or whatever, to sort of talk to them and say, hey, how do you feel and blah, blah. And then there was this one other publication that didn't bother them and just did an article about how, we have more and more people showing up here, and, people are making room and space and making sure everybody's accommodated and stuff. And I really thought that was the way to do it. You don't need to single people out.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And I think we have like three biggest diasporas in around the world. It's in Portugal and Italy, but it's mostly because a lot of Ukrainians used to work there. And I think our biggest diaspora is in Canada. I think most of kids and grandkids of those immigrants they live in Canada.
That's cool. DK.
Yeah, Dick was we had a great point about the reporting of Ukrainians coming over. I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but it drives me fucking up the wall when you see reporters like grabbing someone that. They're also like sycophantic and sad face. They're going, "Oh yeah, you just left your country and you because of the war. How do you feel? How do you fucking think I feel? You fuckwit!" It's like, what do you want? Me jumping up and doing magic tricks or something? No, I feel fucking shit. Thank you very much. Move next one. What do they expect these people to say? And then they try the next one, and then the next one. They're asking the same fucking questions. Honest to God, just give these people some space. I nearly said breathing room, but that Hitler said that.
Yeah, I can totally understand that. Plus, in like 90% of cases, those are families without fathers, because their fathers are in Ukraine, and you understand how children feel in a family without a father, even temporarily. So that's a big stress. Actually, it's nothing like vacations in a foreign country. But I'm still amazed, just how much people in other countries do to make our refugees feel more convenient. And yeah, it's amazing. Actually, I must say that I'm so surprised, and still so surprised with how well our refugees are treated in other countries.
Yeah, they're generally treated very, very well.
Yeah.
Probably better than me, actually. I think I might become a refugee. Dick, take me.
I was going to sing Tom Petty Refugee, but I'm not really sure where I should go with that. Starsky, let's say 3 months from now, things get a little bit, better. And then, not long after that, things are wrapped up. The Russians have pulled back and things can start getting normal around your, area of life. Do you see yourself stepping away from a military role at all and taking more of a public role towards, prosperity moving forward and stuff? Do you think you'd be better served to do that within the military? I mean, you're a name that people look towards to hear from now. Have you even given that any thought?
I have no idea, honestly. So
that's a tough one, right? Sorry, buddy. You know what I mean? But
well, my contract ends in March 2023, and well, I promised myself that I will keep serving until the war is finished. So it's like until Ukraine is free completely. And yeah, after that, I have no idea what to do. I will be making music, of course, but I have no idea what to dedicate my life to, but probably because I have a huge audience on my channel that became popular, unfortunately, due to the war. I will try to do something useful, because
I think you should start a spider sanctuary for
spider sanctuary
for fallen
sounds
spiders.
Great.
Yeah, 7-legged spiders.
Yeah, 7-legged spiders. Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah,
I will
give
keep
little crutches.
Yeah, I will keep all kinds of spiders. I will give them belly rubs and stuff,
How big are these spiders you're talking about? Belly rubs.
He's got small hands.
Because of the dog.
Yeah, we only wish they were crotchlings.
Yeah,
oh dear
nice.
God.
So once I wanted to buy this huge tarantula and keep it, in this big glass box and stuff. But then, I watched a bunch of YouTube videos, and thing about those spiders is that they freaking don't do anything. So they literally just sit in one place, pretending they're dead, and it's no fun at all. That's why I have 2 colonies of ants, and one of those colonies is kind of into extinction because their queen died. But yeah, but I like keeping ants and studying them and stuff like that. They're like mini civilization in your own.
You don't bring them around with you, do you?
No.
Not like in your backpack.
Yeah, but they're very convenient to keep because you don't have to spend like hundreds of dollars to feed them. So you basically need a handful of grain, and they will feel fine.
I've got a sachet of sea monkeys I could sell you.
I was going to say over here with ant nests, I usually stick, something like methylated spirits down and light the bastards up. So,
Yeah, but you kill everything that moves over there, Mipet.
well, what do you expect?
Especially with fire. I've noticed that the fire seems to be your theme for just about anything.
Shh! Don't tell anyone I'm an arsonist.
Why would you even do that, Mipet? It's only got 6 legs. Come on.
She's
Well,
It's not a bit scary or anything.
There's only about 100 bloody nests out the front of my house. You walk out there and you get covered in them. If you haven't got shoes on, they're quite bad. So
I'm sure
I do like to squish them as well.
Orcs anyway.
Yeah, but ants are amazing. So there's a lot of different types of ants. There are some ants that they cut the leaves and they grow mushrooms on those leaves, and they use those mushrooms to feed the colony. They are crazy. They are
farmers.
Intelligent. Yeah, they are intelligent, and they show some great teamwork.
Have you seen the film Phase 4, Starsky?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you'll have to watch that film. It's a very, very creepy film about ants. Oh, very creepy.
I think I've seen some. There was this old horror movie. I think it was called Spider. Like about some specific type of spiders that were very venomous, and they lived in colony and attacked people, in groups, which is funny. But I think in Australia there's some specific type of spiders that literally live in groups, and they hunt in groups as well, and that's creepy.
Yeah, and they all hang around in the same bar.
Yeah.
Drinking Castlemaine 4X.
Only because I don't know how to spell beer. There's a good comment here from level 70. He says, Ukraine will always need a strong army because of the lousy neighbour next door.
Yeah, that's true.
Sounds a bit like my area. Sorry.
That's true because we live with this neighbor for like centuries, and we have a long history of them invading us. So yeah, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, my neighbours throw Molotov cocktails, so yeah, kind of the same, except on a smaller scale. Well, you must be getting tired, Starsky. We've been going for over 3 hours now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm fine.
We always do that push thing, right? It's planned to be a couple hours, and then it goes, and then everybody starts chatting, and before you know it, it always goes way over. It just happens, right? But tonight's turned into sort of a pub chat after, and it's been really fun. I like that.
Yeah, and then it all ends up in conversations about sausages.
Yeah. It always comes down to the sausage and how you hide it.
Yeah.
Whose fault was that?
I'm not commenting on this one at all.
Oh, it's funny. But it happens, you know. What are you gonna do? I noticed the message in the last like 30 days or so, Starsky. I would say the news message, Russia seems to be getting more desperate with the fake news attack in social media. But I would say the response is even more strong, where people are just so sick of it.
Yeah, it's true. And one of the examples is that on YouTube, in the comments, I can see that pretty often, that, you know, sometimes there's some kind of Russian bot says shit like, I don't know, like, you know, Ukraine will fail. Our soldiers' boots will be on Khreshchatyk in Kiev. And shit like that. And it's even despite the fact that they performed negative advance towards Kiev, so to say. And a lot of people reply to this comment with something like, it's just you know, Russian bots bullshit, I don't care, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that people are fed up with that propaganda, because literally everybody understands that the only Russian that doesn't lie is a good Russian.
That's right. And unfortunately, they're becoming few and far between, not in real life, but in public media, social media, and so on, because they're just not being given a voice. They're being stifled.
Yeah.
Well, it's like what you were saying, Starsky, about them just like dragging equipment over, you know, and then blaming like a Ukrainian assault on Russian soil. At this point, I would expect Putin to shit on the doorstep of the Kremlin and then blame Zelensky for it.
Yeah, so it's basically we joked on Russians a lot, because they blame, for example, when Obama was a president, they blamed Obama for everything, and we used to comment things like, yeah, Obama pukes and pisses in your houses, and stuff like that, which is true, because, you know, their multi-story buildings are kind of sketchy. You gotta literally Google it. Yeah, the fact is, if you have a negotiation, so diplomacy works like negotiation between civilized countries. And Russia proved so many times that you literally cannot have negotiations with them, because they don't give a damn about civilization. It's like it's not propaganda; it's true. They have discreditized the very meaning of communication. That's why, yeah, I'm glad that people stop watching Russian media. I'm very sad that we are losing such a tool as diplomacy in regards to Russia, because again, the best way to win the war is to avoid it. The best way to stop this madness is through negotiation, not through weapons. That's my opinion as a military. Okay, it's very sad that we are losing those opportunities to stop it through negotiation, through partnership, which is normal in between normal countries, between civilized countries.
Yeah, no, I agree. Even the blooming Russian representative, the Russian representative at the UN Security Council walked out because they were basically accusing him of just lying, and he just walked out. It's like, you know, if they can't even fucking behave in the UN, what chances are, you know, there is no diplomacy to be had with these people at this moment in time. It's none whatsoever. And they're just fucking idiots to deny that, or to deny that option, should I say?
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's the very same person who said that Israeli are fascists. Is the same person who keeps claiming everybody Nazis, and at the same time they keep repeating that there is no Ukraine, there is no United States, there is no Poland, and shit like that. So who gave them a right to decide for other countries that basically are or could be their partners, right? Whether they should exist or not.
Yeah, kind of funny to bring it up at United Nations.
Yeah, of course.
It's like, well, yeah, we know which countries which. We decided it years ago. You fuckwit.
Yeah.
Well.
And if I could just jump in with a super chat, please.
You better.
Thank you. We have Simon Shorthouse for Australian $5. On a side note, while I understand the need to train, but as a fan of the exclusion zone, it saddens me to see Pripyat damaged as a result. I hope I pronounced that right.
Pripyat.
What?
What's that?
Here it's Pripyat, damaged as a result.
Pripyat. Yes. Pripyat. Yes, it was a city located next to Chernobyl plant, and the biggest risk is that first of all they could damage the very plant. There's this sarcophagus over the fourth reactor that exploded, and they could damage those structures. That was our biggest fear. So we could have some kind of radiation leak. And another thing is that they have stolen a lot of equipment from the plant. And Pripyat, I wouldn't call it kind of damaged a lot. So we didn't shell their positions in Chernobyl area because for obvious reasons. And as I mentioned in one of my videos, their general used this Chernobyl power plant as his headquarters because he knew that it was kinda the safest place for a general, because he knew that there's no way Ukraine is gonna bomb Chernobyl power plant.
Is he the one that glows green now? You can easily spot him.
Yeah. We have this joke that the good Russian soldier is not seen through the thermal vision device.
But you can find him with the Geiger counter.
Yeah, we like dark humor, you know.
Yeah.
It's widespread among soldiers here and there.
Oh, there's there's some jokes that can be made over certain aspects of the war and stuff, and Some people have said, you can't be making fun and you can't have humor and stuff. I would say, Starsky, at this point in life, that without humor, it just makes it harder to get through some of the days. What's wrong with having a laugh?
Yeah, I totally agree. And sometimes it's a kind of overdrive, overkill, but I think it's normal.
Yeah, I'm sick to death of people saying, "Oh, you can't make jokes about that. You can't make jokes about that. You can make jokes about fucking anything." Now, shut up, get the joke, and stop being a pussy.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm sorry, but funny is funny, and that's all there is to it. And it doesn't matter who, what, where, when, or why. Funny is funny. If you're not actually singling somebody out to pick on them and have fun at their expense, then there shouldn't be boundaries. Let's just relax.
Yeah.
I just quickly reply to that on again, just to throw it back to the Kickstarter. One of the things that I put at the top, once people sort of see it and it starts, is I've put a quote there from me saying, "It's sad to think of all the hysterical jokes out there that were never told for fear of offending someone. If you think it's funny, then don't hesitate. Say it. Be inappropriate. Be you. Laugh on."
My colleague Max, he is my brother press officer in Severodonetsk. He told me this funny story. It's kind of dark, but it's funny because we're military. So
hey, I'm not military and I'd go for it.
So he said he was taking a dump during a shelling, and at some point the shelling became pretty nasty, and he thought that dying from a shell while taking a dump is kind of gross. It's not a heroic death, and so he jumped out of toilets and started, running towards the shelter, at the same time trying to zip up his pants. And and on his way, he saw another guy, and his arm was almost torn off, and he was screaming and bleeding, and he was running into the same shelter. And then there was this stray dog that was running into the same shelter with the guys, because dogs are smart. On the front lines, they know where to hide. And as soon as it got into shelter, it started pooping. And it's like, there's this shelling, multiple rockets and shells falling at the same time on Rubizhne, and this group of people, they are all screaming and yelling and swearing, and this man bleeding, and this dog, trying to squeeze between those guys into the shelter and pooping at the same time. And behind them, there goes Max, zipping up his pants and yelling and nearly sleeping on the dog's poop. And and what he sees some guy, because it's literally just a basement, some guy that was taking a leak near the wall and smoking at the same time, and he looked at them, with such a surprised look on his face, and he was like, "Hey, what's going on?" And the way he told me, it was so hilarious, and we laughed like crazy. I just I imagined that picture. But yeah, on the other hand, of course, it's kind of dark.
I think dogs like to take a shit because I think they think it's funny. It's like our little dog. You know, she used to be like really super well trained and wanted to like ask to go outside to go to the toilet and stuff like that. Now she just comes in and stares at me and says, "Yeah, I've just done a shit in the kitchen. Thank you."
Max told me that he is a very lucky person because he said that all kinds of weapons he experienced. I mean, like aviation, shells, tanks, machine guns, like everything except the fleet. And I said, dude, if you had cruise missiles there, so probably you experienced some, some fleets weapons as well.
So he's never had a sailor. Is that what you're saying?
That reminds me of the old joke. Arr, there, Billy. Have you ever been to sea? No, Captain Highliner, but I've blown ashore a couple times. If you're offended easily, fuck off. We should get Mipet in. Mipet. Hello.
Hello. Sorry about that. Yes, we have a couple of super chats. One from Simon Shorthouse for Australian $10. Operator Starsky, my comment related to Ukrainian military using Pripyat, I hope I pronounced that right this time, as a training ground, and as a result, some damage was caused to buildings. That said, I fully support Ukraine. And then we've got Boston Dan 77 for $9.99. Why does the world still try to provide evidence against Russian lies? Has Russia not lost all credibility by now?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's funny.
Yeah, basically they did, and basically a lot of Russians still try to say something like, "What's your proofs?" God damn it! You have like sanctions placed on you like by all the world,
by everyone, Starsky.
Yeah.
I mean, holy shit!
Yeah, what kind of proofs do you need? And as for Pripyat, so there is a specific city in that exclusion zone. It's called, oh my God, something like, no, I can't remember it. Poliska. So, this is the city where we are training, and this city became part of exclusion zone in '96 because it was kind of far from exclusion zone, but at some point, those scientists that were measuring radiation, they measured everything around streets, and the level of radiation was fine. But in 90s, they finally decided to go and measure radiation on the roofs. And it appeared that roofs in Poliska are very, very radioactive because all the rain and dust and stuff, so people had to move out from Poliska, and it became a abandoned from those times. And this city is basically used to train our troops. It's like common town in Ukraine, and it's not very radioactive. I cannot say that it has some kind of cultural value because it was built back in USSR times, and it's pretty much USSR-ish. if you know what I say. And our troops are training there. I don't know whether our troops can train in Pripyat because it's still radioactive. Even the dust, even walls and stuff like that is radioactive. So training there puts our troops in a big danger, because breathing all that dust is kind of dangerous. So you basically end up having a plenty of radioactive dust in your lungs for the rest of your life. So we used to train in Poliska. I don't know about Pripyat.
Okay, and I've just got another one that's popped in from Jean-Marc Pagan Owl for Canadian $10. I wonder if the band Sabaton will write about your heroes and battles.
Oh, good shout, John
awesome.
Mark. Good shout. Yes.
Yeah, we're looking forward to hear that, I think.
I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to Starsky after all is said and done, and Ukraine, stands victorious, and Russia stands defeated. I'm really hoping for people in Ukraine, not just the artisans, musicians, and so on, but people that stood up and made a difference in the background, getting that worldly social media recognition. And I really think this is the conflict that will bring that forward. Like, if you go back in history, we have people in North America that were heroes of the Underground Railroad, trying to, get people out of slavery and stuff. And, they go down in history as barely known. And it's unfortunate, but that's because of the era they're from. They didn't have the internet, and these tales aren't told. I think this is going to be one of those things where the tales will be told in a way more grandiose way than ever before. And I hope I, get to enjoy that part.
Yeah, I agree. And what's most beautiful about it is that all Ukrainians realize that without help, without support of civilized countries of the whole world, we would not stand a chance. And that's why we are so grateful to all the world. And I think nothing like this ever happened before. Even
it's huge.
Yeah,
it's huge.
Yeah.
It's so much different. I mean, Starsky, I'm in my early 50s, so I have some experience with the news coverage and social reaction to these things, especially being an outsider from Canada, because a lot of these conflicts have been literally half a world away from me all my life, right? But this one hits way closer to home. Now, I could be biased a tad because, our budding friendship and family in the Shills does make things a bit more personal to me. And I will say that's true. But they were more personal to me before you joined the action on the Shills. And that's why M2M Matt reached out to you to bring you into the fold, because they were like, people were just going, what the actual fuck is going on?
Yeah, true. Because basically, of course, nobody talked about Ukraine a lot back then, but Ukraine was still part of European family. And for example, as an agricultural country, because we provide plenty of food for a lot of other countries, our partner countries, and
not sausages,
including sausages, yes, because we have a lot of cattle here as well. And a lot of people would come to Kiev during football matches, during random events like Eurovision and stuff like that. And a lot of Europeans got acquainted with Ukrainians. So basically, I can understand and imagine what kind of shock was this invasion for you?
Well, I used to live next door to maybe a dozen Ukrainians, Starsky, and they worked on the roads over here on the island. Now, I will say they were noisy fuckers. They really were.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Up all night, outside drinking, smoking, keeping me awake all bloody night. But they were nice guys. They really were. They were nice guys. But shut the fuck up. I'm trying to sleep.
It's funny because they all said you were a cunt.
I know they did. Yeah. No, they were good guys. They really were.
Yeah.
And you're part of the Shills now. Your family looks out for family. So good.
Damn right. DK.
What?
Yeah, DK. You wanted to get in there, right?
What?
Well, there was.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
This is a classic painting. I think it's going to be the basis of the new movie poster of the film that we're going to make, Starsky, after the war's over. It's going to all be about you. It's Starsky, the hero of Ukraine.
I love it. Vin Diesel, eat your heart out. Yeah, Vin Diesel, eat your heart out, bitch. We have a new hero.
And anybody in the chat, shut up, Gary. Anybody in the chat, tell me what that picture's from, if you can. and we will send you a prize. We'll send you some merch, some free merch. It'll be a sausage, but we'll send you some free merch.
Do we get to share the Aimee?
We'll send you a hot dog bun to put it in.
Isn't that picture from the comic book of the movie that was made where Christian Slater ended up playing what's his name from
Churchill?
Yeah, Churchill. Isn't that what it is?
No, it's not from Churchill. It's not from that.
That was the worst movie ever made. Oh my god!
It was fucking brilliant. I loved that movie.
It's funny, but it's horrible.
Christian Slater's there as Churchill was saying, "Where do you come up with these speeches?" He goes, "I don't know. I just open my mouth and all this shit comes out." and I've been using that expression ever since because that's what I do.
Oh my god, it's one of those movies. It has to be seen, and yet it shouldn't be. It's amazing. The Cockney people are all Irish. It's so fucking. It's dumb. Yeah. Well, it was just as hilarious as having Matt LeBlanc host Top Gear. So they did it twice.
Oh
right?
no, that was bloody awful.
Actually, I thought it was great as North American. I thought it worked really well. That intro he did, come and host Top Gear. They said, okay, do a road trip. Oh, okay. In 3-wheeler British cars. What? There was some funny moments, but anyway, enough about that.
Yeah, still no one in the chat has got the movie yet. No one's got the movie. Oh, somebody said Top Secret. Good guess, close, but not quite close enough.
No, Top Secret, that's a movie.
I think that we can literally expect some kind of movie after the war about Hostomel, because Doug Liman was there. And Doug Liman is the director of such movies as Born Identification.
Yes.
And Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and there was this very famous movie with Statham.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, I'm going to jump in while you're umming and ahhing. Uncle Martin got it. Airplane. It's from Airplane.
Yes. Yeah. Go Starsky.
So he was in Hostomel. He used drones that make 3D images of like 3D models of the area, and it was really cool. I think he was there for a reason. so we can probably expect some kind of movie in the future. I would like to see it.
Yeah. Especially if done correctly. Like, the last thing you want is Stallone driven as it pertains to racing and auto racing and stuff, because that was horrible. You want something good, like oh shit, if I say one now, I'll just get shredded in the comments. So I'll shut up now, because there's no way out of this. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. You can't please everybody, though, right? You know, so I would have lost that one big time. So I'm not going to do it. But you got to hope that, as the history looks back on things, it doesn't get that washing effect of, you get some Tom Cruise like person stepping in to play some hero role and the whole reality of the situation is lost. That would be terrible.
Yeah. However, there are some nice movies about war, like Platoon.
That was really well done. Yep.
Yeah.
And Hamburger Hill.
Yeah, definitely. Or Memphis Belle. Have you seen that one?
Oh yeah, that's a good call too. Very much.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's possible. Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, another one for sure.
Well, obviously, Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah. You could even put a shout out for the Vietnam scenes in what's his name, Forrest Gump, because they were well shot.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Apocalypse Now, but never mind.
Generation Kill.
There you go.
Yep. Oh yes. Yeah, that was a good one.
It's one of those things. When a war movie is done properly, it stands the test of time. When it's not, it's just garbage.
Of course, I will bring up the one I worked on, Band of Brothers, which is still like everybody.
Oh yes,
looks at that one as one of the finest Second War movies, series ever made.
And for the Brits in the chat, we got to go back in time and do the bridge over the River Kwai, right?
And A Bridge Too Far.
There you go. Yeah.
That's a classic. Battle of Britain.
Yeah, Robert Harris in the chat there. Amazing Band of Brothers. Well, DKG Custom here, who's talking to you, is a visual effects artist from that movie. That's how cool we are around here. Well, at least he is. We just live on his coattails.
I just rub off for you.
Yeah, we bask in the limelight of DK.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Just my arse just spreads its beams of light onto you.
Liam Wakefield in the chat. Battle of the Bulge, another good one. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
633 Squadron, another good one.
Damn
you see, there's a respect from filmmakers and storytellers about war over history, isn't there?
Yeah. I would definitely like to see that movie, especially the part about Hostomel. I know for sure that after a while there will be even computer games about this, and I know that even now there are some add-ons for, I think, Arma that pictures this war, but I don't think that I will be playing them.
Yeah, I must admit, when I saw what was going on in amongst all the the steelworks and everything, you just literally thought that's a game in the making. The fact that we're all fighting amongst all these tunnels, it's practically Doom, just waiting to be remapped and reskinned.
Wow, it is. Oh, another one there. Hacksaw Ridge. Yep.
Yeah.
Starsky, as it pertains to movies and stuff, and you were saying I wouldn't be acting in it. I would see you as consulting producer, somebody who steps up and says, well, no, that's just stupid. Do it this way. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I would love to do that. Definitely.
Yeah, I could see that.
You could be the advisor who takes all the actors and puts them through boot camp to whip them into shape.
Yeah, yeah. I miss yelling. I was a sergeant back in my days, so yeah.
Yes.
I love humiliating those who have lower ranks and stuff like that.
And not only have they lower ranks, they're lower human beings because they're actors. So they really are scum. So just treat them like shit.
We should give a level 70 a shout out there for the comment Stripes with Bill Murray, and there's only one line. That's the fact, Jack. That is an awesome movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah. My son is
private. What have you been doing, private? Training, sir. What kind of training? Army training.
My son is the biggest Belushi fan in the history of the world. The Blues Brothers is his favorite movie. Everything National Lampoon and Dan Aykroyd and so on is the world to him, and he loves Stripes. So great shout.
I've got to say, Blues Brothers was the worst war movie ever made, I think.
Yeah, but the way they get on the Nazis, you can't say. Hold on, my son's not home, so I can say Nazi. But my son's on the spectrum, so we have to watch what we say because I can't have him running around saying Nazi shit in public. Yeah, scripting and repeating movie lines, right? But
what's the one he likes repeating?
Yeah, well, there's a few, but
he does the speech.
Yeah. He does white women, white men, like when they're doing their little speech on the bridge before they run them off the bridge, and I have to tell my son, okay, please, for the love of God, we don't talk like that in public. I mean, like, fuck.
Well, I mean, if you're talking John Belushi, Uncle Martin has pulled a fantastic rabbit from the hat. 1941.
Oh, yes. My son knows that movie well, and it's terrible. It's awesome.
I love that film. I absolutely adore it. America hated it, but I love it. So thank you, Spielberg.
My son is the massivest fucking Belushi fan, and Monty Python. That's the other side of it. Everything that Graham Chapman or Eric Idle has ever touched is gold in my house. That's it. We watch once a month. We have to watch Redbeard, Graham Chapman's movie, and it sucks.
That's an awful film.
It sucks.
I like it though. I like it, but it's bad.
It's terrible. But
there's another funny movie, Inglourious Bastards. It's not. I wouldn't call it very, like accurate because it's like action movie.
It's 100% accurate. What are you talking about? Hitler blows up in 1944.
Yeah, but the fact is that the antagonist is genius.
That first scene.
Yeah,
where he walks into the house and disinterrogates those people very brilliant. Calmly. My God, the tension is amazing.
Yeah, he's perfectly evil, and his character is like played awesome. And effectively, my own platoon back in my days when I was a sergeant, I called them Inglourious Bastards because that's exactly what we were. Because all the guys from other platoons that were misbehaving, they were sent to my platoon, and I had a team of worst assholes ever, and they were awesome. So I made this patch. We were Foxtrot platoon, and I made this patch, Inglourious Bastards, and I gave them this patch after our first deployment. It was really, really funny.
I love just the idea of it, right? Because the name is beyond perfect.
Yeah.
Right? I love it. It's got such punch. It hits. You know, it's easy to get wrapped up in the talk of war and what's going on right now, especially Starsky yourself, because you're knee deep in it. But I can only imagine, you know, escapes from that, even if just minutes or, you know, an hour or whatever, you know, there's a thought going on in the group. So, you know, the Friday pub chat show, right, Starsky? What we're thinking is we're going to have 2 of them and push one of them earlier so you can join when you're free and it's not too late for you. And then that way people can have more of, you know, who is Starsky? You know, what's he like when he's just hanging out with his friends and stuff? And I'm really thinking we should, you know, make that a thing for Friday if it can be squeezed into your time for a little bit.
Yeah. Sounds great.
You know,
So yeah, I would love to join.
What's a great time? Like I you know, even tonight's show starts about an hour too late for you, doesn't it?
I would say like, I don't know, before midnight in Ukraine. It's before 10 in the UK.
Okay, so if we did 11 p.m. UK start time on Friday for a second pub chat show, because what we'll do is we'll do 2 of them. We'll do, you know, one for one time zone group and one for the other, right? And I think that could work out to be something that it would work amazing. And I just happen to be free all day Friday, so it's no problem for me, you know?
Yeah, sounds great. I would do my best to make you guys acquainted with Ukrainian culture as much as I can. I'm not a professional in this area, but still.
No, and you know, the thing we do on Pub Chat, Starsky, is so everybody comes in with something they want to talk about, but everybody's got a topic and they're all from left field. Who fucking knows what's coming, right? So your, you know, interactions with other people's topics and bringing your own and stuff, I mean, it's one of those nights that the viewers get to know us instead of what we can, you know, produce for them as content creators. And we're missing a trick if we don't make sure we get you in on that more, right?
Yeah, I love the idea. Yeah.
Good. Love it. All right. So, fellow babies, everybody watching right now, you just heard it. We got some cool shit coming up. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. DK, I might have opened a can of worms though, because like somebody like yourself, you go nuts on Pub Chat, and is Starsky ready for it?
I don't go nuts.
Yeah, survey says.
Couple of times. Couple of times I've dropped a few clangers, but there you go. What can you say?
No, but I do believe it's the thing to do, because, you know, that's what people like, there's ample opportunity to get Starsky's updates from Ukraine and whatnot, but there's not ample updates, or there's not ample time to just hang out with the man. And
that's the thing, Dick. You know, we all are kind of overboard with what's going on there. It would be nice to just hang out.
Yeah, we got it.
Overboard,
but we got to get the war. We got to get the war out of the way so there can be a hangout.
Yes.
Well, let's all go over there and fight.
Have the shits and giggles, which is what we do.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think that first thing I'm gonna do after this war is finished is fly over to the UK and have a beer with you guys. And
yes.
I will definitely post it on the YouTube, I swear.
You know, Starsky, you got to coordinate that with myself and a few in the U.S. because we're going to hit the U.K. too. And what we'll do is we'll all head over to the Sarcastic Barman's pub and we'll do like a 3-camera multi-mic live stream sitting in one of the booths.
How cool would that be?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. But I mean, there's so many people when you see in the live chat, when we're talking about ourselves on a more personal basis, there's a lot of interaction. Like people are right into it. And I really think that we have, you know, the platform and the position to bring that. Right. And people would love that. I mean, you know, our pub chat show on Friday has proved to be one of our more popular shows because, you know, we're not just, you know, going at flat earthers on Saturdays or UFO enthusiasts on Sundays or whatever, or bringing hardcore news on Thursdays. We're just hanging out like people do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sat around the table, having a beer,
Yeah.
and having a bloody good laugh. Like you do in a pub.
And to me, that's everything. Everything.
Why is it that I'm always the bloody designated driver? This is what I want to know. Just because I don't drink, I'm always the designated driver. So, yeah, thanks for that, guys.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Mipet, we'll educate you. Don't worry.
I thought
Well,
you were a strip act.
We just hit the top of the hour. I'm wondering if we shouldn't let Starsky get a few hours sleep in here. Holy shit, this has been a long one.
Yeah, I would be grateful because we are meeting some journalists today regarding our heroes of Hostomel.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think that it will be a great opportunity to make those guys famous. They deserve it, after all. And yeah, I would have to say goodnight. Because
don't forget to get those journalists to shill out the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Your channel.
But on a serious note, Starsky, make sure you give them a big fucking hero's welcome from the Shills family too.
Okay, thank you very much. I will pass them your words.
Awesome. So yeah, Starsky, you know, send us out. You know, it's your platform. Give us the big good night tonight.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for tonight's show. It was a pleasure, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you guys and our viewers and answer their questions. It's a great opportunity to communicate with our audience from all around the world. And I'll be missing you till our next show. So thank you very much. My name is Operator Starsky. Thank you for watching.
Awesome. And Starsky, check your email tomorrow because I got a few ideas on this live stream thing we were talking about. But on that note, fellow babies, it's time to say goodnight. What do you say, everybody? Thanks for joining us. Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Sergeant Major.
here? It's over. Go home.